Good afternoon to you and welcome to the afternoon broadcast. This is Parliamentary Broadcast Unit in collaboration with KBC. You're just in time for the second session of the afternoon sitting, today being Wednesday, November 29, a session that is set to commence at 2:30 p.m. And today, members of Parliament are expected to consider the Gambling Control Bill, the Bill of the National Assembly Bill number 70 of 2023, the bill by the leader of the majority party, Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah, who's a member of Parliament for Kikuyu constituency. The bill on the gambling control, that is Bill number 70 of 2023, is in its second reading. And the principal objective of this bill is to repeal and replace the Betting, Lottery and Gaming Act 131 to provide for a legislative framework for the regulation of gambling in Kenya and also incorporate safe gambling practices and principles in the gambling sector. The bill that is in its second reading seeks to regulate betting, the casinos and other forms of gambling, including the authorization of prize competitions, public lotteries, media promotions, among others. The bill contains provisions of an establishment of the Gambling Regulatory Authority as a body corporate, the composition of the board, functions and powers of the board, the conduct of business and affairs, and enumeration of the board. The clauses 16 and 18 provide for the appointment of the Chief Executive Officer, Corporation Secretary, and other staff of the board. This contains the financial provisions of the board, and Clause 25 provides for the preparation and submission of quarterly and annual financial and non-financial reports to the National Treasury, its performance, and the performance of the operator. Part 4, that is Clauses 27 to 52, contains the provisions of issuance of license and permits for gambling activities in the country, applications for license and permits, the license fees to be charged, applications for gambling permits, the permits fee, the submission of security for casinos, and online gambling and gambling capital. The clauses 45 and 46 provide for the gambling tax payable and gambling levy to facilitate research on the impact of gambling, establishments of treatment and rehabilitation programs for the addiction disorders that have been caused to the people. Part 5, that is clauses 53 to 60, provides for authorization of public lotteries for charitable purposes, the powers of authority in respect of public lotteries, authority of lotteries relating to horse racing, exemptions of certain types of lotteries conducted for charitable, sporting or other purposes, exemptions of license on lotteries for charitable, sporting or other specific purposes, and regulations of private lotteries. And Part 5, that is Clause 61 to 66 of the bill, provides for the issuance of permits for betting premises, issuance of bookmakers license, the total license and laying of totalizer, betting pools and betting odds, promoters license in respect of betting schemes, and authority of bookmarking at the race meeting and the control of the betting machines. And the Part 6, that's Clause 67 to 69, provides for the licensing of casinos. That's the prescription of the maximum number of casinos in the country and the power of the authority to inspect casinos and to ensure for compliance by the presence of its officers in the said casinos. Part 7, and that is the clauses 70 to 83, provides for the licensing of online gambling. These are the conditions for grant of a license, the control of online gambling activities, conformity of online gambling systems to standards and conditions set by the authority, that is the online gambling transactions, payments of the prizes, and remittance of profits and winnings. Clause 74 provides for the minimum amount a person can bet online, the registration of players' accounts to be kept, and dealings to the players' money is restricted. The Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Dr. Moses Wetangula, has walked into the House, and I now hand over you to the plenary.
Waheshimiwa, tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu ambaye kwa hekima na wema wako umetoa nyadhifa za viongozi na mabunge kwa ustawi wa jamii na utawala wa haki wa wanadamu, tukusihi utazame kwa neema nyingi sisi watumishi wako ambao umeridhika kutuita ili tutekeleze shughuli muhimu za shughuli yetu. Tukuomba uteremshie baraka zako sisi tuliokutanika hapa, na utujalie na tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote tutakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili utukufu na sifa zako ziendelezwe, na ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao haja zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen.
Having not achieved the required quorum for the House to commence the sitting, today being the second sitting of the afternoon session, Wednesday, November 29, the sitting that was supposed to commence at 2:30. Go back to the Gambling Control Bill, the Bill number 70 of 2023. And on clause 10 of the same bill, that provides for the authorization of amusement with prizes, amusement machines, prize competitions, media promotions with prizes and chain letters. On whether the Gambling Control Bill, that is the National Assembly Bill number 70 of 2023, by Kimani Ichung'wah, the leader of the majority party, the bill that is in its second reading. On whether the statement on delegation of legislative powers and limitation of fundamental rights and freedom. This bill does delegates legislative power to the Cabinet Secretary to make regulations. The bill, however, does not limit any fundamental rights or freedoms. On whether the statement of the bill is a money bill within the meaning of Article 114 of the Constitution. The enactment of this bill may occasion additional expenditure of public funds. The statement as to whether the bill concerns county governments. This bill is a bill concerning county governments within the meaning of Article 110 of the Constitution and the fourth schedule to the Constitution. Also, the bill on the statute law, the miscellaneous amendments bill, the National Assembly Bill number 67 of 2023. The bill by the leader of majority party that is in its second reading. On whether the objective of the bill, it is in keeping within the practice of making various amendments which do not merit the publication of several bills into one bill. The bill contains proposed amendments to the statutes. The quorum has been achieved, and I now hand over you to the plenary. My name is Angela Cheror.
Quorum now. Order, honorable members. Now we have quorum to transact business. Clerk.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Honorable members, take your seats. Mukunji, take your seat. Honorable members, I have a short communication to make on the appointment order on the appointment of members to the Mediation Committee on the County Government's Additional Allocations Bill, National Assembly Bill number 23 of 2023. All members, you may recall that during the afternoon sitting of Thursday, 23rd November 2023, the House rejected all Senate amendments to the County Government's Additional Allocations Bill, National Assembly Bill number 23 of 2023. In line with the provisions of Standing Order 148, this essentially commits the bill to a mediation committee to be established in accordance with Article 113 of the Constitution. Honorable members, it is important to note that this is not the first time the Senate amendments to a bill originating in the National Assembly have suffered such a fate. Indeed, in all previous cases, the bills so affected have been referred to mediation as part of our bicameral legislative process. In this regard, I wish to inform the House that pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 149, the Senate amendments to the County Government's Additional Allocations Bill, National Assembly Bill number 23 of 2023 stand referred to a mediation committee. Further, in consultation with the leadership of the majority party and the minority party in the House, I hereby appoint the following members to represent the National Assembly in the Mediation Committee. Honorable Ndindi Nyoro MP, Co-Chair. Honorable G.K. Kariuki MP. Honorable Mary Emase MP. The Honorable Kipchumba Toroitich MP. The Honorable Anton Olwoch MP. The Honorable Joshua Kimilu MP. And the Honorable Catherine Omanyo MP. Honorable members, given that the National Assembly is scheduled to proceed on its long recess, I urge the members appointed the Mediation Committee to liaise with the Senate counterparts to ensure timely consideration of the contested clauses within a with a view to developing a version of the bill that may be agreeable to the Houses of Parliament within the timeline set out in Article 113 of the Constitution. For clarity, and in keeping with the practice, the 30-day period will start running upon the first meeting of the committee. The mediation committee is expected to confine itself to the contentious clauses of the bill only. The House is accordingly guided. Thank you. Next order.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 29th November 2023, afternoon sitting. 1, legal notice number 158 of 2023 relating to the capital markets licensing requirements, General Amendment Regulations 2023, and the explanatory memorandum from the National Treasury and Economic Planning. 2, legal notice number 159 of 2023 relating to the capital markets, real estate investment trusts, collective investment schemes, amendment regulations 2023, and the explanatory memorandum from the National Treasury and Economic Planning. 3, legal notice number 160 of 2023 relating to the capital markets online forex exchange trading amendment regulations 2023, and the explanatory memorandum from the National Treasury and Economic Planning. 4, reports of the Auditor General and financial statements for the year ended 30th June 2021 and 30th June 2022, and the certificates therein in respect of A, Wahundura High School, B, Rigoma Girls Secondary School, C, Our Lady of Mercy Rangenyo Girls Secondary School, St. Paul's Nyandoche Ibere Girls Secondary School, Friends Boys High School Misiku, the VC Girls High School, Maranda High School, Nyamira Girls High School. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay. And Honorable Speaker, just to remind members that tomorrow we have a sitting in the morning.
Pardon?
To remind members that tomorrow, Thursday, we have a sitting in the morning so that we begin business on time. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
It is already on your wall, on the parliamentary wall, which I expect every member to read. But for avoidance of any doubt, tomorrow there will be a sitting from 9:30 in the morning. Honorable members, the papers laid at A, Roman 1, 2, 3 are referred to the Committee on Delegated Legislation for further action. Next, we have Chairperson, Committee on Regional Integration, Wanjiku.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 29th November 2023. Report of the Committee on Regional Integration on its consideration of the inspection visit to the semi-autonomous institutions of the East African Community in the Republic of Uganda.
Thank you. Next, Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence, and Foreign Relations.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 29 November 2023. Report of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence, and Foreign Relations on its oversight visit to 1, the permanent mission to the Republic of Kenya to the United Nations Office at Nairobi Union,
Yes.
and the Habitat, and 2, the Uhuru Gardens National Monument and the Museum Project in Nairobi. Thank you.
Thank you. Chairperson, Committee on Regional Development. Give him the mic. There you are, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 29 November 2023. Now, report of the Departmental Committee on Regional Development on its consideration of 1, the Regional Development Authorities Bill, National Assembly Bill number 7 of 2023, and 2, the National Disaster Risk Management Bill, National Assembly Bill number 24 of 2023. Thank you.
Thank you. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Chairperson, Committee on Regional Integration.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give a notice of the following motion that this House adopts the report of the Committee on Regional Integration on its consideration of the inspection visit to the semi-autonomous institutions of the East African Community in Uganda laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 29th November 2023.
Thank you. Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence, and Foreign Relations.
Notice of motion. I have 2 motions. A report on oversight visit to the United Nations Office at Nairobi, Union, the United Nations Environmental Program, and UN Habitat. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence, and Foreign Relations on its oversight visit to the permanent missions of the Republic of Kenya to the United Nations Office in Nairobi, Union, the United Nations Environmental Program, UNEP, and the UN Habitat, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 29 November 2023. I have 2.
Go ahead. You said you had 2.
Yes. Second motion, notice of motion. Report on oversight visit to the Uhuru Gardens National Monument and Museums Project in Nairobi. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion that this House adopts the report of the World Committee on Defense, Intelligence, and Foreign Relations on its consideration of an oversight visit to the Uhuru Gardens National Monument and Museums Project in Nairobi, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 29 November 2023. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Manyata. Is it Manyata or Manyate?
Manyata, Honorable Speaker.
So, Clerk, you have misspelled the name of the constituent.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I seek to request the House for an adjournment of the House under Standing Order number 33 to discuss the 2023 KCP exam results. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order number 33, I rise to seek leave for adjournment of the House in order to discuss a definite matter of urgent national importance regarding reported irregularities in the 2023 KCP exam results. Honorable Speaker, the results for the 2023 KCP exams were released on Thursday, 23rd November 2023, with great pomp and color. However, this has been quickly dampened following the reported inconsistencies across the country. The discrepancies in the results range from awarding candidates wrong marks, assigning candidates marks for subjects they did not sit for, schools being assigned different grades. In other instances, candidates receiving higher grades for lower scores and vice versa. Honorable Speaker, it is noted that a total of 1.4 million students sat for the 2023 KCP exams with the hope of joining secondary schools. However, these discrepancies will not only delay secondary school placement of these candidates, but also compromise the integrity of NEC in delivering credible results moving forward. It is therefore imperative that this matter be addressed to safeguard the future of these candidates. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I seek leave of the adjournment of the House to discuss this matter of national concern with a view of exploring possible ways of resolving the reported and widely irregularities. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Do you have the requisite support numbers? Thank you, members. The support is overwhelming. We may take your seats. Honorable Mukunji, today we are sitting up to 9, so I will allocate your motion to be moved at 7:30 today. You move at 7:30. You are all obligated to be here until 9. So, thank you. Next.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Honorable members, I have 3 statements to be made. Ordinarily, we don't debate statements. Justice Kemei has asked me to give him an opportunity to make comments on the statement by Honorable Kemei. But we'll take all the 3 statements first, then I'll give you the requested opportunity. Honorable Kemei. Member for Kericho County.
I wish to request for a statement regarding the tragic drowning of 2 residents of Sigawet Soin constituency of Kericho County. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44(2) Part C, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Regional Development regarding the tragic drowning of 2 residents of Koilsil, Tuyabe in Sigawet Soin on Tuesday, 21st November 2023. Honorable Speaker, the members of the public in Koilsil in Sigawet Soin are in distress following the drowning of Mr. Julius Tanui and Mr. Peter Terer at the convergence of Kipsonoi and Chemosit rivers. Despite dedicated rescue efforts by local divers, the bodies of the victims remain unrecovered, intensifying the anguish of their families and the community at large. Honorable Speaker, this unfortunate incident underscores a broader and persistent issue in the region, that is the absence of a bridge connecting Sigawet Soin constituency, Pureti constituency, and Nyamira County over the Kipsonoi and Chemosit rivers. The lack of a bridge has not only resulted in the recent loss of lives, but has claimed over 20 lives in similar incidences over the years. The community has continued to suffer repeated tragedies due to the disastrous conditions around these rivers. Honorable Speaker, for the past 1 week, the families of the victims and the entire community have been in excruciating state of waiting for closure. The impact of this strategy is magnified as Mr. Terer and Mr. Tanui leave behind widows and 6 children each. The families are grappling with heart-wrenching uncertainty. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Regional Development on the following. 1, what immediate measures is the government taking to expedite the retrieval of the bodies of Mr. Peter Terer and Mr. Julius Tanui to provide closure to the grieving families? 2, what comprehensive measures are being put in place to address disaster risk in the area and enhance the safety of the community? Thirdly, what plans are in place to address compensation for the families of the victims? I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Member for Likuyani, Honorable Innocent Mugabe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 44(2)C, I wish to seek a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Tourism and Wildlife regarding the state of Kenya's beaches, which are one of the country's major tourism products. Honorable Speaker, beach tourism is the main socio-economic activity and source of livelihood for the coastal people. However, beach tourism has become a tired and less competitive product in today's marketplace. Honorable Speaker, in the last 2 decades, Kenyan beaches have been invaded by aggressive local informal operators who engage in a variety of tourism-related businesses, both regulated and unregulated, and harass visitors. This has a negative impact on the beach tourism industry in Kenya. Moreover, this has led to increased insecurity, poor waste management that threatens marine parks and beach ecology, lack of necessary infrastructure at the beaches, and increased conflict among beach users. Honorable Speaker, these issues have contributed to making Kenyan beaches unattractive and uncompetitive, resulting in significant economic losses to the counties that depend on beach tourism and to the national exchequer. Coastal and inland tourism sectors, which rely on the beach, face stiff competition from other more attractive beach destinations around the globe. Honorable Speaker, it is for this reason that I seek a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Tourism and Wildlife to request the Ministry of Tourism and Wildlife to inform the House on the following matters. 1, the plans that the ministry has put in place to protect, rehabilitate, and promote beach tourism in Kenya. 2, the sustainable management programs that the ministry has initiated to protect the environment and contribute to climate change mitigation and adaptation measures. And any specific policy and legislative proposals that the ministry has developed to guide beach management in Kenya. Honorable Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Member for Turbo, Honorable Janet Sitianei. Yes. So,
Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44.2c, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations regarding killing and maiming of residents of Kamagut Kiblombe Ward in Tarbo constituency by Kenya Defense Forces officers on 26th November 2023. Honorable Speaker, the killings happened when the victims allegedly trespassed onto a KDF maize farm situated on the contested buffer zone that the KDF hived off from the land that it ought to have fully surrendered to the squatters from Kiblombe, Kamagut, and Buombe settlement schemes. The KDF dug a deep and 5-meter wide and fenced trench around the zone and has been using it for cultivation under the Kenya Ordnance Factories Corporation. Sadly, the trench has become a death trap for residents, and it claimed 4 lives of school children in 2021, 3 of them at once, and recently, on 21st July 2023, an 8-year-old minor fell into the trench and died. Honorable Speaker, 4 persons were killed by KDF on 26th November 2023, and several others were maimed and are hospitalized. The attacks by KDF on residents have been happening over time. Honorable Speaker, on 25th December 2021, 2 people were shot and 5 others maimed by KDF officers for protesting erection of boundary beacons by KDF without involving residents or their leaders. The residents have also been hit by stray bullets from KDF shooting range, which has also caused loss of lives and pain and suffering to the people of Kiblombe. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I seek a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Defense,
Intelligence and Foreign Relations on the following. 1. What prompted the Kenya Defense Forces officers to use live ammunition on residents who are unarmed? What measures in the Ministry of Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations are they taking to ensure coexistence between the KDF and the residents? 3. What steps has the KDF in Eldoret instituted to address loss of lives, especially miners who have lost their lives in trenches around the barracks since 2021? 4. What disciplinary and legal actions have been taken against the KDF officers involved in the alleged killings and maiming of residents in various incidences? 5. What does the ministry intend to do to conclude the process of relinquishing the disputed portion of land to Kamagut, Kiblombe, and Buemba settlement schemes quarters, and compensate the residents for the loss of their loved ones and livestock lost over the trenches over the years? I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, go on.
Honorable Speaker, I seek your indulgence to allow a few members that may have similar situations in the places where there is a conflict between the KDF and the community. And also, Honorable Speaker, I do take note that life is very precious. Life is very important, and we should take care of it. This is a paradox that there's very officers who are mandated to protect our nation and to protect the lives of people are actually the ones killing and maiming the community members. We have lost lives before on a Christmas day. We have lost lives recently last week, and it has brought a lot of distress within the community instead of a good coexistence between the community and the KDF officers. And furthermore, the community is supposed to act.
Janet, the rules require that you just read the statement as you have brought it. I've allowed you some latitude. You can end there. I give you 30 seconds to finish what you are saying. I've given you 30 seconds to finish what you are saying.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I was saying they had an opportunity to arrest whoever the community members, if there was a trespass, and prosecute them in court. They did not have to kill people because life is very sacred. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Justice Kemei.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
2 minutes.
Yeah, just thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity you've given me to add my voice to the statement sought by Mrs. Beatrice Kemei, Honorable Beatrice Kemei, from Kericho County. Mr. Speaker, for over 7 days now, the people of Koil Sir, the people of Cheptuyet, and indeed the people of Sigawet have been living in anguish as they seek to find out where Julius and Peter are. They've used rudimentary technologies, Mr. Speaker. They've used local divers to try and find out where these two people are. As at yesterday, Mr. Speaker, representatives of the families went all the way to Odino in Rachuonyo, where there was a report of some recovery of some bodies. And it has been very, very difficult for them. Much as the issue has been directed to the Chair Regional Integration, Mr. Speaker, we would have also wanted the Office of the President to say something. We raised the matter before the District Security Committees of Sigawet Soin constituency and Nyakach on Monday. And Mr. Speaker, we wish to get help from the government so that these people could, their bodies could be retrieved, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, and once more, thank you for the opportunity you've given me.
Yes, Honorable Pukose. 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I sympathize with the member for Tarbo for the incident that occurred in Kamagut. And Honorable Speaker, I'm also a farmer. And this issue about Morokoto is a very serious issue when we harvest our maize and the people are waiting outside there. I think we need, as much as we want to be sympathetic, would want to ask those people who want to pick whatever has remained from there to also be unorganized and allow the process of harvesting to be complete. Honorable Speaker, we'd also want to encourage our disciplined forces to have a good relationship with the neighboring community. In my area, Honorable Speaker, of Chemugengen, whenever mothers go and fetch even firewood from the forest, recently I got report that the young officers from the Kenya Forest Service are beating up mothers, beating up people who have gone to the forest. And I think this is something that must stop. The officers, disciplined forces, whether you are police, Kenya Forest Service, you must cultivate a good relationship with the neighboring community. You cannot beat mothers who have gone to pick firewood in Jemgengen Forest or Kimodon Forest or any other forest in Endebess, whether it is Swamp Forest, whether it's Kimodon, that should never happen. So, Honorable Speaker, I want to really sympathize with the Honorable Member and ask that the government should look for a way of how to act responsibly and also compensate those who are killed in Kamagut. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, member for cases.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to also weigh in on the statement sought by Honorable Janet Itiene, Member of Parliament, Tarbo. Mr. Speaker, I want to make a statement of witness on the fateful day when I got the news that people have been killed, have been brutally killed at the RTS area. I managed to went there myself to confirm and to witness as I went to convey my condolences to the people. Mr. Speaker, it is so painful to see and to witness what happened on that day, that the bodies were scattered like dogs, the way they were killed brutally with crude weapons, not like a case of an attack where the police was, the military army was defending themselves. But this was a deliberate, intentional attack on the people, killing them mainly like anybody would kill a stray dog. Mr. Speaker, this is a question that it requires a serious inquiry into it so that we're able to understand what is the situation under which military, our officers who have been given responsibility to protect the citizens from external atrocities have turned out to attack the internal people where they need to coexist together. There are serious allegations by women around there of assault and rape that most of the time on repeated occasions, the same officers has been raping them whenever they find them going for their hearts, and they take advantage on them, or even at night, because these are a situation where there are villages on the hand side of this particular parcel of land, and the communities have to visit themselves the other side over this side, and they have been doing all these inhuman activities on them. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to weigh in my voice as I condemn this act and ask the committee relevant to go in-depth and understand, probably even include visiting that area and get the views of the people so that we bring out a conclusion report that we are going to ensure we sort out these problems once and for all. The aspect of people using powers beyond to the citizens of the Republic of Kenya instead of protecting them is inhuman.
Thank you. Yes, member for Sigor, sorry.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. I feel for the member for Kericho, where 2 residents drowned, and now she seeks a statement from the Committee on Regional Development. We feel for that. And equally, Honorable Speaker, it's unfortunate that from the member for Tarbo, it's reported that citizens were killed by KDF. And on Monday, Honorable Speaker, it was reported, and I think it happened, that the same KDF killed 4 people in the border between Turkana and Pokot. People who were not bandits, so we lost people in the hands of KDF. So it is similar to what happened at RTS. And Honorable Speaker, it's unfortunate that whereas we think that the KDF personnel are well trained, they have now taken into the habit of taking shortcut, and instead of arresting people, they are now killing innocent Kenyans. So I want to say that I think an inquiry needs to be done, and we need to understand those who gave instructions to KDF to go to the places they are in, whether they were given instructions to go and kill or to go and restore peace and bring about order in those areas. As we talk about this, Honorable Speaker, it is our belief that either our forces are not well trained or either they are not even well equipped to be able to arrest those they suspect could be criminals or even bandits. And we want to say that I think an inquiry needs to be undertaken into the work and even the behavior and even the way KDF forces are conducting themselves, especially when they are dealing with citizens wherever they have been sent to undertake activities. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Umulher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would want to sympathize with the Honorable Member on this particular issue, and I truly feel the impact that we are all having, because the KDF are in our communities and they have military bases across, and the same case is happening even in Boni Forest. As of 3 days ago, they killed a gentleman by the name Mr. Abdikadir Abdo, who was herding his cattle in Boni Forest. So it's quite unfortunate because even the justice system becomes a very long process, and we are still having cases of families who have not even been compensated. But the issue of compensation should not even come if the military and the KDF are able to conduct themselves in a manner that is respectable to the community while offering the services that we need from them. So this is a matter that is of concern, and I would really want to urge the government to intervene so that we could get answers on the same. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Lisa Chelule.
Asante sana Bwana Spika kunipatia hii nafasi pia kuchangia juu ya shida ambaye imefanyika kule Tarbo constituency. Nataka kuchukua nafasi ya kwanza mimi mwenyewe kutoa risala za rambirambi yangu mimi mwenyewe na ya Nakuru County, na niseme pole sana kwa Mheshimiwa Janet ambaye ni mjumbe wa Tarbo, na niseme pole sana kwa wananchi wa Kamagut kwa shida ambaye iliwapata. Bwana Spika, ni maajabu sana kusikia wale watu ama wale maofficers ambaye wanahitajika kulinda wananchi na kulinda mali yao, hawa ndio wanaua watu. Bwana Spika, hata kama watu walikuwa wameenda kuiba kama ni kuiba, lakini ninaamini kwamba mambo ya utamaduni wetu, baada ya mahindi kufunwa, kuna wale watoto ama watu ambaye wanafuata mahali mahindi zimefunwa na wanaokota zenye zimebaki. Hii ni mambo ya kiujamii na ni mambo ya kibibilia, hata ukifuata kwa Biblia. Bwana Spika, kama hawa watu wanasemekana walikuwa wameenda kufanya hivyo, sio makosa, na hata kama walikuwa wameenda kama ni kusema wameiba, si lazima mtu auliwe sababu ameiba. Mtu akipatikana mwizi anashikwa na kupelekwa polisi, apelekwe kotini. Kwa hivyo hii mambo ya mauaji ovyo, ninataka kuchukua imani kwamba serikali yetu itachukua nafasi ya kuadhibu na hata kuwafuta hawa kazi. Sababu huwezi kulinganisha maisha na mambo ya mahindi, huwezi kulinganisha maisha na chochote, na maisha inafaa kuchukuliwa na Mwenyezi Mungu peke yake, lakini sio binadamu. Kwa hivyo
we'll end here on this. Honorable members, given the gravity of the matter raised by the member for both Kericho, and Tarbo. For the member for Kericho, I think you've misplaced the direction of your statement. What appear to be what you are describing is actually a matter for security. Because when bodies are lodged in some water bodies, the people who go to retrieve them are the police, not anybody else. So I'll direct your statement to go to the Committee on Internal Security, and the statement by Honorable Janet Stienay to go to Committee on Defense, and I direct that all the three statements, including the one for Likuyani, be brought to the floor of the House on Wednesday next week. On Wednesday next week, Majority Leader, ensure that the issue of the two people who drowned in Kericho, those who are allegedly shot by KDF in Tarbo, we get statements here on Wednesday, since you'll be recessing for 2 months on Thursday. Thank you. Member for Turkana Akuja. Is it Akuja Protas? What is your point of order, Kimtai? DK. Give him the mic. There's one next to you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I rise on a point of order. I know 2 weeks ago, you were directed the chairman for finance when I raised on to give a statement on the sale of Uchumi IPA, that is the Langata Uchumi IPA. I note that today is Wednesday, and that statement should have come today. And I'm being told there are even other developments. The court has gone ahead to rule on the case, and chances are the government might be losing up to around 1.4 billion. So can you, maybe we hear from the chairman on what is happening to this very important matter, which, if not checked by complacency and by collusion between the Treasury and whoever wants to sell the plot.
DK, take your seat.
Okay.
The chairman of the committee was ready with your statement yesterday. You are not here at the time, and you appear now to be blaming the chairman and the House for not bringing your statement. That is not quite fair to the chair. In fact, you should have apologized to the House for not being here yesterday, at the time the statement was to be issued by the chair. I will direct that the chair of finance issues that statement. Is it finance or trade? Finance. He will issue that statement tomorrow morning. So you'll be here so that you don't blame anybody thereafter. Yes, Honorable Member? Are you on a point of order?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
What is out of order?
Point of order, Mr. Speaker, is that I raised the same issue that I'm raising again. I gave a statement on the two statements, one on the 18th of October to Social Protection Committee Chair, which you directed that I get a reply on 2 weeks. On the 8th of this month, again, I had another statement which was directed to the Chair of Security and Internal Affairs. As well, you also gave a directive that, or the Chair at that time gave direction that I should receive a reply within 2 weeks.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker, I again stood on another point of order about a week ago on the same, and I was promised that it will be the replies will be delivered to the House Tuesday of this week. But to date, and as we go for recess, Nothing looks like it's forthcoming. I've been to the offices of the clerk to find out whether we have a written statement. I need your direction, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Could you liaise with the majority leader to check on the chairman of those committees? Majority leader, if you can speak to the honorable member and direct the chairman to bring those statements tomorrow morning. Akuja. Give Honorable Akuja the mic. Take the one next.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Honorable Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 259D to pay tribute to the late Honorable Christopher Ebenyo Loonio, distinguished former member for Turkana East constituency, who passed away on Wednesday, 15th November 2023 at his residence home in Nakamane, Takwal location, Loima constituency. Honorable Speaker, the late Honorable Christopher Ebenyo Loonio was born in 1944 in Lodwar Town, Turkana County. He attended Lodwar Primary School from 1956 to 1959, where he sat for common entrance examination in grade 4. The late Honorable Loonio proceeded to Kapengura School in 1960 and completed grade 5 to 7 in 1962. In pursuit to his career, he joined Kenya Medical Training College in 1963, where he trained as a public health technician. Upon completion of his studies, the late Honorable Loonio was posted to Loktang Health Center, where he worked as a public health technician until he joined politics. Honorable Speaker, in 1974, Honorable Loonio fight for a parliamentary seat for Turkana East constituency, which he won and served diligently up to 1974, being the term of the third parliament. He was an astute legislator whose contribution to parliament, his committees, and the plenary were invaluable, and his colleagues held him in high esteem. Honorable Speaker, the late Honorable Loonio later left the political arena and transitioned to establishing and managing his business in Takwal Trading Center. In his death, we celebrate the life of a well-respected leader who laid the foundation in enhancing access to health care in Turkana. Honorable Speaker, on my own behalf and that of my constituents, I wish to extend my deepest condolences to his family and the people of Turkana for the loss of a remarkable leader. Finally, Honorable Speaker, with your indulgence, may I request that we all stand to observe a minute of silence in honor of our departed colleague.
That is not for you, it's for the Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
There is a member for West Mugirango who had another tribute to a fallen former colleague. Then we'll observe a minute silence, protest together. Yes, Mogaka? Give Honorable Mogaka the mic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. I also take this opportunity to pay tribute to the late Honorable Benson Kigorogero, who preceded me as Member of Parliament for West Mugirango in the 70s. Honorable Kigoro passed on last week in his sleep and is going to be laid to rest on Sunday at his home at Borabu constituency. I also want to condole with the family of the late Benson Kigorogero and the constituency. Honorable Kigoro, besides having been a member of the National Assembly, he also served as a member, as a councillor in the big county council of Nyamira, and he is a leader that has traversed several regimes, right from the regime of President Kenyatta, President Moi, President Kenyatta, President Kibaki, and passed on during the Kenya Kwanza regime. I want, on behalf of the people of West Mugirango, to celebrate the distinguished service that Honorable Benson Kegoro rendered to the people of West Mugirango and indeed the people of Kenya. And I will also plead with you, Honorable Speaker, that you invite the House to observe a minute of silence in honor of this great leader. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, in honor of the late Honorable Ebenyo of Turkana East and Honorable Kegoro of West Mugirango, can we observe a minute silence? May their souls rest in eternal peace. Thank you. And yes, Omongina, we are done with that. You want to speak about Kegoro? Okay.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for allowing me also to mourn this hero from Nyamira County. Honorable Kegoro has served the terms of the 5 presidents. And during his time, he is a man who has lived to be emulated. We have learned a lot from him, and I know the family is this time in great pain because Kegoro was not sick. He suddenly died. I want to give my tribute as I give hope to the family that death is the last enemy that God will destroy when he will come to take us to where he lives. May the Lord take care of the family. May the Lord comfort all the people of Nyamira and the people of West Mugirango. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Next order. Not, yes, Chiforomondo.
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand on standing order number 227. On Tuesday, 15th August 2023, Honorable Speaker, I presented a petition concerning land issue at Kidomaya Miongoni village, which is Parbat land. Pursuant to the standing order, the committee on petition was supposed to deal on the matter in 90 days, which elapsed on 15th November 2023. Mr. Speaker, as a member of parliament whom I presented the petition, I did not get any response, either I've not seen anything done over the same. I plead to your indulgence, Mr. Speaker, that you intervene and give direction over the matter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Where is the chairman for Public Petitions Committee? Majority? Where is your chairman for Public Petitions?
He normally sits here today.
Well, today is not normal. He's not there.
Today is one of those bad days, but he's, since the last time the chairman Public Petitions has been very diligent, he's always here.
I see him there all the time. Yeah. Can you direct him that he brings
I will take responsibility for that on his behalf.
The response to Chiforomondo's petition before we recess.
I will relay the information to him or the vice chair.
and advise, this time-bound businesses, majority, advise the chairs that when we have time-bound business, if for any reason they are not concluded, and it's possible that they may not conclude within the time, they should communicate with the petitioners or the members who brought the petitions, so that they know that there's still some work going on. Next order. Yes, is that Bashir? Bashir, what is it?
Honorable Speaker, I'm fully aware that yesterday you gave an order banning countersuits. Some of us, have tailor-made and invested in countersuits to be attending sessions in this house. Now, what do you do with these costly countersuits for the purpose of attending sessions in this house? And some of us don't put on mitumbas. It is original. So I don't know whether you can allow for an appeal on the same, so that we can be putting on these expensive tailor-made suits. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Bashir, you are here only 3 days a week. You can use those suits out there. If you have no opportunity to use them, you can also donate them to your deprived neighbors, so that they can use them. Honorable, next order, sorry. Order number 8.
Order number 8, the National Lottery Bill, National Assembly Bill number 69 of 2023, second reading.
Honorable members, I've been advised that the matter at order number 8 was dispensed of already, so we'll skip it. And before we go to order number 9, allow me to give some direction on order number 10 in consideration of the conflict of interest bill. Honorable members, you will recall that during the afternoon sitting yesterday, Tuesday, 28th November 2023, I allowed the member for Arieda, the Honorable Dr. Otienda Molo, Senior Counsel, EBS MP, to raise concerns on the contents of the Conflict of Interest Bill 2023. The concerns were also contained in his 2 letters to the Speaker dated 21st November 2023. In prosecuting the matter, honorable members, the honorable member queried the constitutionality of various provisions of the bill and highlighted particular concerns with a number of provisions. This included the definition of the term public officer and the singling out of members of parliament and members of county assemblies in the bill, the shift from self-regulation of public bodies to the supervision of all public officers by the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, ESCC, and the obligation on public officers to include their spouses in their wealth declarations. Honorable members, during yesterday's sitting, I did also allow the leader of the majority party, as the sponsor of the bill, and other members to ventilate on the concerns raised by the Honorable Otienda Molo. In the ensuing debate, it was reported that the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs, JLAC, was at an advanced stage of reconsidering the bill. The Vice Chairperson of the committee, the Honorable Mwengi Mutuse, did confirm that the committee was seized of the matter and the concerns and had taken them into account in its consideration of the bill. Consequently, I guided the House to await the tabling of an addendum to the report of the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee on the bill. The report and the addendum would inform my ruling on the concerns raised by the Honorable Member for Arieda. Honorable members, I note that the chairperson of the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee tabled an addendum to their report on the Conflict of Interest Bill 2023 during today's morning sitting. From a perusal of the addendum, it is clear that the committee has addressed itself to the concerns raised by the Honorable Dr. Otienda Molo and indicated its views on the said concerns. Additionally, arising partly from the concerns of the member, the committee has proposed amendments for consideration by the House. As a member of the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee, the Honorable Dr. Otienda Molo, MP, yesterday did confirm having participated in the deliberations of the committee during its reconsideration of the bill. I'm therefore satisfied that the tabling of the addendum and the proposal of further amendments by the committee now sufficiently allows the House to consider the bill and the amendments at the committee of the whole House. As I conclude, honorable members, permit me to reiterate the significance of the Conflict of Interest Bill 2023. As aptly put by the leader of the majority party, the bill seeks to breathe life into the provisions of Chapter 6 of the Constitution on leadership and integrity, with a particular focus on conflict of interest. As the House is aware, the bill seeks to repeal and replace the Public Officer Ethics Act 2003, which has never been fully updated to accord with the Constitution. The importance of the ongoing deliberations on the form and content of the bill cannot be overstated. I thank the honorable member for Arrieta for raising pertinent issues and which can only assist the House to actualize a critical chapter of the Constitution. I'm satisfied that the bill may proceed for consideration at the Committee of the Whole. The House is accordingly guided. And allow me, honorable members, to thank the Rarieda member for a thorough reading, understanding, and appreciation of the bill, and the majority leader for equally rising to the occasion to meet the expectations bestowed on him. I now direct that when you go to committee stage, you proceed to consider all the amendments filed by whichever party so that the bill can move to the next level. I thank you. Next order.
Order number 9, the Gambling Control Bill, National Assembly Bill number 70 of 2023, second reading.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Gambling Control Bill, National Assembly Bill number 70 of 2023, be now read a second time. Honorable Speaker, this bill is related to the lotteries bill that was passed, that went through the second reading this morning, and it helps us to control or regulate the gambling industry. Honorable Speaker, I don't need to speak much on it because a lot has been said and members contributed on matters that even touch on this bill as a contributor to the bill on the lottery bill. Honorable Speaker, once more, let me take this opportunity to thank the members of the Sports Committee because, as I said yesterday, they took a lot of their time, and actually the entire weekend was spent by members of the Sports Committee holed up in Mlolongo to consider this bill. And I have been able to go through their report, Honorable Speaker, as very good recommendations. Of course, except with the exception of one or two recommendations in the committee's report that I do not agree with. For instance, Honorable Speaker, on clause 45, the committee proposes to delete the word 15 and substitute 13. And the import of this amendment, clause 45, was imposing a tax to be known as a gambling tax, which is chargeable on the gross gambling revenue at a rate of 15%, and they propose to reduce it to 13%. There is absolutely no way I would agree to a reduction in tax on gambling. Gambling, like smoking, like the partaking of alcohol, these are considered as sin taxes. And sin taxes, you cannot reduce sin taxes under the pretext that you want to increase government revenue. In any case, that is why we are having a whole bill, a whole new legislation to be able to control this, I don't want to call it a menace, but this habit of gambling, Honorable Speaker. And I really want to persuade the members of the Sports Committee that they cannot be reducing taxation at a time when we are even looking at an opportunity with the bill that we just passed on the lottery bill to be able to tap into the resources that people are putting in gambling through a national lottery we should be increasing that revenue, gross gambling revenue tax, not reducing it from 15 to 13. I would actually be proposing that we move that gross gambling revenue tax to a level of about 25%, so that we are able to collect more revenue. We are able to, through the lottery, national lottery, to be able to raise much more revenue to go to good causes. And the good causes, as we said, include the rehabilitation of people who are addicted to gambling. And I've said it before, Honorable Speaker, even in our own families, we know people who are addicted to gambling. And gambling is extremely addictive. It's actually more addictive than alcohol and smoking. Not that I have ever smoked, gambled, or I used to drink at some point, and I know how addictive it could be. I have never smoked, but I see how addictive smoking gets. I have said before, Honorable Speaker, I am a teetotaler, and I am a confessed addict of tea. And Honorable Speaker, I cannot leave my house before I take even a sip of tea, and it's Kenyan tea. Honorable Speaker, there are people who are pushing me to say Kericho tea. I said Kenyan tea. And now there's a new saying that there's no conversation is complete, and there is no subject that is so difficult that you cannot settle it over a good cup of Kenyan tea. Therefore, my addiction with tea is a good thing, Honorable Speaker. But I know what addictions do. You are dysfunctional when you have not taken what you usually take. But unlike tea, those who are addicted to gambling comes with a huge cost, not just to them as persons, but also to their families. People are spending money that's supposed to go and settle school fees for their children or for medication to gamble. Honorable Speaker, all these members will tell you that in their backyards, there are people who wake up in the morning, go to their local shopping centers to gamble. And that's all they do a whole day. They will be at the street corners and corners of their shopping centers waiting for their waheshimiwas, their MCAs, their members of parliament, whenever they are passing, to ask for handouts, not to go and do anything productive, to go and gamble with the hope that they will make it in life through gambling. Honorable Speaker, we must ensure that we discourage our young people from getting into rather unproductive economic activities like gambling, and encourage them to get into more productive, economically productive activities other than gambling, Honorable Speaker. And you don't do that by lowering tax. When you lower tax, you make it very easy for them to gamble. And I know the other argument, Honorable Speaker, and I have seen it in the presentations by the industry players, that once you raise the taxes here, people will go and start gambling outside the country online. Honorable Speaker, if governments around the world are able to stop people from using WhatsApp, how difficult is it for a government to stop people from gambling online? It is possible, Honorable Speaker, and you don't need to stop them. Tax them even when they gamble online. At the end of the day, there will be a way that you have to remit money, whether it's through PayPal, whether it's through M-Pesa, whichever means that you use to transmit that money to the company you are gambling with, whether it's a company in the UK, whether it's a company in the US, whether it's a company in South Africa. So long as you're able to remit money, government should be able to institute means and mechanisms through which the person who is remitting the money pays a tax, even at the point of remitting. And those are some of the new innovations, Honorable Speaker. I was hoping the Sports Committee would be innovative enough. But I do hope, Honorable Speaker, at the right time, because these tax matters, again, are better handled by the Finance Committee. And I hope even as we get to the next finance bill, we should get to a position where we'll be innovative. The Finance Committee and the National Treasury must begin thinking how is it that they can also be able to tap into those who are gambling online, so that they either pay as a gamble and they're able to get part of the money even for those who win. So that, Honorable Speaker, the defeatist argument that if we raise our taxes here, people will go and gamble online in companies outside Kenya, then we can be able to get money even from those that are outside Kenya. Honorable Speaker, I said I don't want to dwell too much on this bill because a lot is what we said yesterday on the lottery bill, but I really want to plead with members to help us pass this bill because it is dealing with a known national vice in Kenya now. Gambling, Honorable Speaker, and it's not just the young. I have seen around the country very elderly men and women who spend all their time gambling. And I said, Honorable Speaker, yesterday, our radio stations, especially our vernacular stations, have made it now the norm. For every 2 sentences on a vernacular radio station that you listen to, the 3rd sentence is promoting gambling. Honorable Speaker, I do hope that the measures therein in this bill to even control the advertisements of gambling companies will come to fruition when we pass this bill, so that we don't encourage Kenyans to gamble by bombarding them on TV with advertisements on vernacular radio, and that's how we are roping in even the very elderly, because they are made to believe that the easiest way to make $500,000 shillings is to just text a number to some radio station, and those people are collecting billions. Honorable Speaker, I said yesterday, it is now reported that most of our mainstream media stations are making more money from gambling than from their core business of broadcast or even from advertisements for corporates, Honorable Speaker. We must protect our people from being taken advantage of. Unfortunately, Honorable Speaker, it is not you and me who gamble. Although I know in the last parliament, Honorable Speaker, we had one member, without naming names, who was an addict. And he would leave the chamber and run off to some casino somewhere. I have not seen that in this parliament, Honorable Speaker.
You knew one, I knew 3.
I didn't even say from where, Honorable Speaker. I hear somebody saying one from somewhere. You know 3. But unfortunately, it is 3.
I knew 3.
It is 3 in a population probably of 349 members of parliament and about 64 or 67 senators. So in a population of about 500 people, you can count 3 or 4. But if you go to the population outside there in our villages, Honorable Speaker, the most vulnerable people in our society are the ones who are being taken advantage of. It's actually immoral that we are taking money from the poorest of the poor. And because you make it look like you only need 10 shillings, 30 shillings, 50 shillings, it becomes customary that I will try my luck with my 10 shillings today, at lunchtime another 10 shillings, in the evening another 10 shillings, tomorrow I'll up the stakes to 30 shillings, the next day 50 shillings. And you know, they lure them by making them win with their 10 shillings bets. You win 100 shillings, then you spend the 100 shillings betting, hoping that you will now win 1,000 shillings. The day you win 1,000 shillings after spending 3,000 shillings, you win 5,000, you bet that, hoping that you will eventually be the one winning the $500,000 or $1 million shillings that is being promoted on TV. Honorable Speaker, I want to say I particularly support the provisions to also regulate the advertisements of gambling, betting, Honorable Speaker, so that we protect the most vulnerable, not just of our youth, of our elderly, but also of the very poor in our society who are being taken advantage of. And unfortunately, Honorable Speaker, when you look at the people who run these gambling companies, they are extremely filthy rich people, very wealthy people. But they are making more money from the poorest of the poor in our society. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, we have an obligation and a duty to protect our poor people from being taken advantage of, to ensure that we have good laws, that will protect them, that will not make gambling look like it's a very good thing, Honorable Speaker. And as I said, since it is, in fact, I know in some religions, Honorable Speaker, they consider it to be a sin. And that is why I said even in tax matters, this should be classified as a sin tax. And therefore, we cannot be encouraging reduction of taxes. And that's why I said I completely disagree. And I know Honorable Mashukuru, the Vice Chair, was here. I had indicated to them I disagree with the proposals in their report to reduce that tax. If anything, today we have, I think, excise duty at 12.5% in the last finance bill, which we passed only in July of this year. We had 5% withholding tax. Therefore, you are proposing not even to move from 15, you are proposing a tax cut of about a gross of 17.5 to 13%, Honorable Speaker, not during such hard economic times when we should be looking for avenues to raise every extra shilling. I will therefore be proposing amendments at the right time, Honorable Speaker, in relation to that clause 45 and clause 46 that touch on levies and taxes, Honorable Speaker. With that, I beg to move and request the Deputy Whip, who is also a member of the committee, who was designated by the Chair and the Vice Chair to second, on behalf of the committee to second. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Naomi Wako, proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to support the Leader of Majority in moving the Gambling Control Bill 2023, National Assembly Bill number 70 of 2023, as it has just been read. Mr. Speaker, it is clear that gambling is attracting a lot of attention and also has many people who practice in our country. And that is why Gambling Control Bill 2023 is here to seek and replace the outstanding Betting, Lottery, and Gaming Act of 1960. This was done. The Act of 1960 is long time ago, many, many years ago, and I believe not many people who are here today were born by that time. The bill seeks to institute a comprehensive legislative framework for the regulation gambling in Kenya with specific emphasis on incorporating safe gambling principles within the sector. Additionally, the bill seeks to establish the Gambling Regulatory Authority, which shall bear the responsibility of licensing, regulating the gambling sector. Mr. Speaker, we have had a lot of challenges, just as I said yesterday with the lottery, that even with gambling, many people have ruined their lives simply because of wasting their money, anticipating to be rich the following day, and in a way, it has also made people to be lazy because they believe in waking up every morning, doing this, and getting rich without working very hard. And so this particular gambling control bill will help us to put in place all the measures that are needed, legislative framework that will guide and regulate gambling in Kenya. And again, just to have the gambling principles within all the sectors, and again having gambling regulatory authority, whereby all the matters that concerns gambling will come under them, and they'll be able, the authority will be able to regulate, the authority will be able to investigate, the authority will be able to act in case of anything. Honorable Speaker, the Department Committee on Sports and Culture, in its consideration of the bill, noted the inadequacy of the current legal and institutional framework in addressing modern challenges existing within the gambling sector. Additionally, the committee expressed concerns about the organization, enforcement, and consumer protection aspects of gambling activities in Kenya. The committee therefore acknowledges the need for comprehensive overhaul for the legal framework relating to gambling in Kenya. Mr. Speaker, those who have been practicing gambling in our country have been exposed in many ways and have not had any protection. Many of them have lost even their properties. Many have even not been given their due rights. And that is why many of the people who have been in gambling have ended up being frustrated fellows, have been moved to depression and all these other things. And many of them keep complaining about the practice and all these other things. And when this bill will be approved, their protection will be assured, and even the people who own the gambling companies will be able to live within that and be able to give the people of our country their due rights. Honorable Speaker, the bill recognizes that gambling is a shared function between the national government and the county government. And it is important for us to know that yes, the policies are made, and it is there for both the national government and also the county government, because most of the people who practice this are within our counties and at the grassroots level. And that is why this will help our country, because it provides for the schedule to the Constitution. The bill, therefore, assigns a specific role to the two level governments and proposes concurrent regulatory functions for the national and county governments in gambling activity. Mr. Speaker, the bill also seeks to do the following. Number one, provide framework for the regulation and control of gambling activity. Once we do that, then we have protected the interest of the people who continue doing this and investing in this particular thing. And even if most of us are not for the idea, now that already most of our people, majority of Kenyans are practicing this, and some believe that it is the only way they can earn their living. Honorable Speaker, the only honorable thing that this House can do is to come up with this bill so that they can be well protected. Again, the bill will be, they expressly provide for the gambling activity that shall be legal in Kenya while prohibiting illegal forms of gambling. Others have taken advantage by doing illegal business here, and so this bill will protect those who have invested and those who have registered and have had their license, so that others will not be practicing this illegally. Again, the bill will promote the development of a responsible gambling industry. In the past, some people have been cheating Kenyans, and others have been, conning people in different ways, but this bill will bring that to an end. And again, it will minimize the social harm associated with gambling, because Kenyans will be given enough education. The last one, the bill will provide for the establishment of mechanism for the resolution of disputes relating to gambling. Again, many people have had conflict, and in order for us to have peaceful coexistence among our people, and also those who are practicing this to enjoy, then we can only put this into practice. Honorable Speaker, in as much as gambling is considered to be demerit good, its regulation brings forth some advantages to Kenya. One of the main highlights of the bill is that it seeks to provide an avenue for the generation of essential revenue for the government. Clause 45 of the bill provides for the payment of gambling tax. And it is on that we have the 15% rate of the gross gambling revenue, and which funds shall be remitted to the Sports, Arts, Social Development Fund, and the net effect of that will of course be positive, because through that revenue, many of the people will be able to transform their lives. The artists, the people who are doing sports, young people who are talented in different ways. And in our country today, we have many people who are also negatively affected by drugs, because the drug addiction is quite high due to lack of job in our country. And rehabilitation centers will be built, people will be given a lot of counseling, people will be rehabilitated, and maybe we can even come up with a proposal whereby all the people who are rehabilitated can be given some seed money so that they can go and begin a better life, do small businesses here and there so that they can improve their lives. Because of that, we need to support this bill so that it can have that positive impact on our people. And even for those who will be registering and having their license, it is good for them to give back to the society, because this is an area where mainly those people who do not have a lot are engaged in, because they believe in creating their wealth through this. Then they invest a lot in this. Let even the people who will be licensed give back to the society by going back to the communities, improving their lives, supporting the poor, supporting the vulnerable people, orphans, and even the institutions that take care of vulnerable children in our midst. Mr. Speaker, another key aspect of the bill is that it provides measures to mitigate the harm associated with gambling. These measures include public sensitization, self-exclusion, enforcement against illegal gambling, promotion of responsible gambling, advertising restriction, and criminalization of gambling by young persons. Further, the bill proposes stricter measures to mitigate issues related to gambling addiction. Mr. Speaker, the Department Committee on Sports and Culture have had enough interaction with stakeholders. Submissions have been done. Different ministries, Ministry of Youth Affairs, Ministry of Sports, and all the others have participated, and they have given their views. Mr. Speaker, the committee has considered this, and I take note that gambling.
Give her 1 minute to wind up. Give her 1 minute.
Yes, thank you. Honorable Speaker, I take note that Gambling Control Bill presents comprehensive and modernized approach to the regulation of gambling in Kenya. It aims to balance the economic benefits of the industry. And with those few remarks, I beg to second. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Naomi. Honorable members, I now propose the question that the Gambling Control Bill, National Assembly Bill number 70 of 2023, be now read a second time. Carol Omondi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I'm a member of the committee, so I rise to support the bill. First, by recognizing that it has a very solid policy foundation. I think we have the gambling policy passed in 2022, which, among other things, seeks to balance between the need for a friendly investment climate, but also to establish a very robust regulatory regime for this particular sector by transforming gambling into a social force for social development. And one of the key planks of that policy is how to raise additional revenues both for national government and the county government. So this particular bill is very timely, and the policy, of 2023 this bill gives life to that particular policy. Mr. Speaker, gambling, like tobacco, alcohol, prostitution, drugs, junk food, and all other demerit goods, tend to present challenges to many governments. Their consumption is generally considered socially unacceptable or undesirable, but at the same time, it is almost impossible to stamp them out completely because of their perceived negative effects to the consumers. Consequently, a balance has to be established as to how to limit their overconsumption or cases of addiction, damage to health, and the various dysfunctional social lives they cause, plus also a lot of external costs to third parties. But they also provide a very rich avenue for new emerging and very transnational crimes like tax evasion, money laundering, and financing of terrorism. In Kenya today, Mr. Speaker, the gross revenue for gambling is in excess of $250 million. And this sector is growing year on at 27 to 30%. You can imagine how much money is circulating in it. This particular bill seeks to establish the Gambling Authority of Kenya, the Gambling Appeals Tribunal, and a gambling tax, which, as you have heard, the majority leader would like to propose a higher regime. From our analysis, gambling tax in the region ranges from 15 to 25%, so we'll debate that at the right time. But also, it seeks to generate revenue for what we call good causes. This is culture, sports, arts, recreation, heritage, protection of vulnerable groups such as PWDs, aged, orphans, protection, rehabilitation of problem gamblers, environment, climate change, relief, innovation, education, entrepreneurship, libraries, and supporting emergencies. But we also looked at the policy and incorporated certain safety measures that would help create sanity in this sector. For example, we are proposing restriction on gambling advertisement, both to the news companies, but also to the gambling companies, and also the times and the regime of how gambling advertisement should be handled so as to protect children and other vulnerable groups. We are also, in the bill, proposing regulation of online gambling. This is where people gamble on the internet or through use of remote communication. And this is very addictive, but also presents transnational issues on jurisdiction as also, well, opportunities for money laundering and financing of terrorism. And then we have proposed in the bill very strict deposit limits so that people gamble in small amounts to avoid impulsive gambling. And we have also proposed restriction on use of what are called prediction apps. In fact, we had a small group of very good Kenyans called Gambling Association Society of Kenya, led by a gentleman called Nelson Bwire and his friend, I think, Kipto, who educated us a lot about these prediction apps where they give people a false sense of comfort and you continue gambling very heavily. But I think there are also issues of public awareness, and we have also introduced surety schemes equivalent to what obtains in banking industry, depositors protection, so that those who come to establish gambling businesses here provide security in case they run away, so that those who have won prizes don't lose out. And there are also new provisions that are novel on savings. So if people are gambling, there'll be an amount of money that will be deducted to be saved for their own personal use at a later date. And my Honorable Chair, I would like to note that there's a lot of work that we still need to do in this particular sector. We have very many challenges when it comes to the gambling sector. Amongst them is the fact that, as I've said, issues of tax evasion, money laundering, and financing of terrorism. But there's also the issue, the requirement that if you want to license somebody, you have to vet, do security checks, and undertake heavy due diligence on their backgrounds. And we have had lapses in enforcement mechanisms so as to curb illegal gambling and ensure effectiveness of self-exclusion measures. This is where a person acknowledges he's an addict, or close members of his family will record that he's an addict to gambling, and then we put him on a program to be excluded from going into casinos and other places. And we also require strong enforcement to do public awareness campaigns, promote responsible gambling behaviors, and protection of the young, vulnerable, and other members of society. Consequently, we are appealing to the Ministry of Interior as the ministry that will be responsible for this particular act to take these measures very seriously so as to protect the public. There's still a bit of work that we need to do, which we were not able to achieve, and hopefully the government side will see it fit to find ways of working on these new areas. One is prohibition of credit facilities for gamblers. There are people who go to Fuliza, borrow money, and quickly M-Pesa it to a gambling pay bill. We think there's scope for regulation here so that those dealing with online lending can be restrained from allowing transfers of money from their facilities to well-known gambling pay bills. We also want to impose restrictions on other activities, but also call upon competition for licenses. In other jurisdictions, you don't just walk in, apply, and pay 1 million shillings. Licenses for gambling are actually advertised, and people compete so that the government can raise additional revenue. I think there'll be need to create some further work on that so that licenses are competed for, gambling licenses, just like we did for Safaricom, Airtel, and the rest. And also, the prediction apps, gambling prediction apps, I think we need to do some work, additional work, and restrict it. But most importantly, we need to anchor the Sports, Arts, and Social Development Fund, where much of this gambling levy will be going into, in an act of parliament. Presently, I think it is established by a regulation, and that is not very solid enough. I think the governmental side should bring a bill to help us deal with those issues. With those remarks, Honorable Speaker, I support.
Thank you. The Honorable Donya Doris, member for Kisii.
Oh, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise to support because, Madam Speaker, I remember I used to bet sometimes back, and when you are waiting to receive the money or not to receive the money, it's sickening. So many people have suffered from stress. Others have borrowed in vain without returning because they feel that if they practice the betting, they will make their lives better, Madam Speaker. When there are regulations in this whole activity, people will tend to do more work that is productive than betting itself. So many people, Madam Speaker, have committed suicide because maybe they've either lost or they've lost the money that they had lended. When you tune on into radio stations, lately there is not much that is discussed, Madam Speaker, apart from the betting. The messaging is very attractive, Madam Speaker, to the people, that they believe if they bet with 10 shillings or 5 shillings, they are going to get millions of shillings. They hang on, they even forget to go to their duties, because when they look at the salary that they have of maybe, they will be getting 30,000 in a month, and when they get the sweet information that when you bet in a day with 10 shillings or even 50 shillings, you are going to get 1 million. You can imagine how unproductive a society can be when people rely on this. On the other side, if these rules are not put, Madam Speaker, we will find out that all our generation, when we had this thing of LGBTQ, people were asking, if I'm a member of that LGBTQ, am I going to be given money? Everything is resonating around money and not how one is becoming productive. So I support this, Madam Speaker. When the regulations are put, we have a more productive ground to play within. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Yatta, Honorable Basil Robert.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm a member of this committee, and I appreciate the majority leader for bringing this bill to the House. As my friends have said, it's important we look at the cons and the pros of this industry. Gambling is very addictive, Madam Speaker. So many people have committed suicides. Young people have not been able to complete school because of gambling, loss of properties for so many, family separations because of gambling, Madam Speaker. Those are some of the cons that this particular industry brings. When I talk about the pros of the industry, gambling does generate employment to so many young people. It does generate revenue for the country. And Madam Speaker, gambling does bring charitable work, particularly when you talk of corporate social responsibilities that is associated with the operators in this particular industry. Madam Speaker, the reason why I support this particular bill, one of it, in addition to the pros that I've already stated, it terms illegal gambling. Madam Speaker, a lot of illegal gambling has been taking place, particularly the offshore gambling, and Kenya as a country has been losing a lot of money. Number two, Madam Speaker, the reason why I'm supporting the bill, it does protect minors from the effect associated with this particular industry, and that is one of the very solid reasons why I'm behind the people supporting the bill. Madam Speaker, I've noted the Majority Leader is not in the House, but I wanted to mention to him the reason why we wanted to reduce the taxation from 15% to 13%. One of the simple reasons why gamblers are moving to illegal gambling is because when you put multiple taxation, you discourage the operators and you attract, or you make it attractive for people to do online and offshore gambling, which as a result makes this country lose a lot of money, when at the same time we want to generate money. Madam Speaker, we are also recommending for unified tax to be employed in this particular industry. Some countries have done it and have been able to generate more money, because the bottom line of regulating these particular industries is to tame illegal gambling, generate more revenue for the country, as well as protect people who could otherwise be harmed by this particular industry. So, Madam Speaker, with those few remarks, I join my friends in supporting this particular bill and looking forward to ensure that the industry can be so beneficial to the nation. Thank you. I submit.
Thank you. The Honorable Bishop Jackson Kosgei.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. From the onset, I am a member of the committee that deliberated on the same, and I take the floor to support the bill. This, as has been mentioned, is to balance between the negative and the positive impact of this gaming. I once listened to a friend say, this is one thing you cannot put up with, but you cannot do without it. Because of that, there is need for a regulation to regulate the environment within which the same is done. It is being undertaken and practiced by our brothers and sisters, our fathers, our children, our friends. We cannot bury our heads in the sand and pretend that it is not happening. Because of that, the country and nation and government has a duty to protect its own people from such practices while they practice and exercise and enjoy their freedoms. That environment must ensure that the same are protected. Number two, Mr. Speaker, is that we wanted to, in this bill, regulation is necessary so that we can protect the vulnerable in society, which includes children. We also looked at it, and as we went through, being an old act that was enacted in 1960, we felt that we must make the law responsive to the current needs, challenges of our time, including technology. So it is important that this bill be enacted to reveal our practices in the past. The last one of the consideration was about the people who have been captured and made addict to this, that they needed to be assisted. They need an assistant. They need to be helped out of it. Those who have desired to leave the act of gambling, there is got to be a legal environment that provides instruments that will assist and protect families also of the person involved to be able to have a say in managing a person who has reached this stage. We need a law for that. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I support the bill. Thank you.
Kimani Kuria.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And from the onset, I would like to thank the Committee on Sports for the good work they have done on this bill. However, Honorable Speaker, as you're aware, as per our standing orders, as the Chair of the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning, I did write to the Speaker asking that clause 46 and clause 47, because they, clause 45 and 46, because they are matters on taxation to be handled by the Committee of Finance and National Planning. We are going to have a meeting with stakeholders tomorrow, and thereafter we'll also table our own findings and reports and move amendments accordingly on this particular process. Honorable Speaker, there are at least 117 betting and gaming firms operating in Kenya. And most of these, Honorable Speaker, operate on online platforms. Honorable Speaker, the matter of betting and gaming in this country is very hot, is very thorny, and sometimes it's difficult to really have a stand on this particular matter, because some religions, for example, I know Islam actually do ban gaming. We know the side effects gaming has on it being an addictive behavior. Talk about young people across the country who make betting their day-to-day business. So instead of someone going to work, then their work is just to wake up and bet, Honorable Speaker. I have never bet in my life apart from the raffles that I buy maybe for a church function or something. But I've seen what this betting addiction has done to people, Honorable Speaker. However, there are benefits that accrue in this sector. One of them, Honorable Speaker, is one of our biggest sectors that in terms of our revenue collection, Honorable Speaker. A quick look at the numbers for the financial year 22-23, exercise on betting services, we collected 6.64 billion shillings. Withholding tax on winnings from betting and gaming, we collected 8.68 billion shillings, a total of 15.326 billion. That is compared to 11 billion shillings the previous year, which means we can compare how much we collected in 21, 22, and 2023. We actually were able to collect 4 billion shillings more. After the enactment of the Finance Act, where we increased the withholding tax and the excess duty, just for the first quarter of this financial year of 23-24, excise on betting services, we have collected 3.3 billion shillings, withholding on tax on betting 3.3 billion shillings, a total of 6.56 billion shillings. So you can see, by the end, if this projection continues for the rest of the year, if those taxes are not even altered as they are, we are likely to collect around 24 billion shillings, which is 10 billion shillings more than what we collected last financial year, Honorable Speaker. So the betting sector, therefore, remains very, very critical in terms of revenues for this country that we really need in terms of moving our country forward and making sure that we rely on our own resources rather than having to go and borrow, Honorable Speaker. However, there is need to relook at some of these particular taxes and how they're administered, and see how we can reduce the cost of tax administration, but consequently, but effectively raise more revenues. Because if you look, for example, excess duty on gaming is at 7.5%, then of course the companies pay their corporation tax out of their profit at 30%. There's a 20% withholding tax on winnings, and then the betting tax is being proposed at 15%, the gambling tax, again a new tax at 15%, and then you add VAT and you add payee. And that is why the Committee on Sports were attempting to come up to propose that there be a gross game revenue where we have one flat rate for this gaming sector. So that would consequently, first of all, leave more money with the pandas, therefore making sure that the chances of winnings actually get to increase, and increase in tax revenues, because now we have a simplified tax process. But at the same time, Honorable Speaker, making sure that the cost of administering those particular taxes for the players is actually getting reduced. But Honorable Speaker, I would not want to preempt the decision that the committee is going to make after its deliberation. So these are some of the options that we are looking at and deliberating on, Honorable Speaker. We tabled the national tax policy last week, Honorable Speaker. We hope that's going to come to debate before we go on recess. It's actually on the order paper of this afternoon. I don't know, but I doubt if we'll be able to get to that order, where we're saying that we need to have a more predictive tax environment, where a business that comes and sets up here in Kenya can ascertain for a fact that within an X amount of time, then these particular taxes are not likely to change. Because if we keep changing, Honorable Speaker, it has a very adverse effects on our investors. and which could even mean that some of them relocating to other countries and us losing on foreign domestic investment, Honorable Speaker. So we're hoping that we have a very robust conversation around this area. So the import now of this particular tax, that's why it has to be looked on very, very keenly, so that we do not stand a chance, because, Honorable Speaker, the gaming sector has greatly improved. In many years ago, we used to have gaming on horse races, on car races. They were physical, you had to be physically there. But with the migration of the presence of online platforms and even a presence of digital payment methods like digital currencies, bitcoins and cryptocurrencies and all that, that means that we could, if we make the environment too unconducive for business, that means that these particular entities have either an option of relocating to a different country, as I said, or just operating as a purely online platform and getting away from the payment systems, because bank transactions and M-Pesa transactions have a paper trail. But if you talk about those other digital payments like bitcoins and cryptos, which are becoming very, very frequently used, especially by Kenyans, Honorable Speaker, then we would have lost money in this entire sector, Honorable Speaker. But most importantly is the morality also, and this will be my clarion call to the players in these sectors. The morality in which they're doing business, them making sure that they try to stem out this case of addiction, some of this money as proposed in the bill being reinforced to make sure that it goes to, especially to sporting activities, so that we're not just betting for the sake of it, but that betting can actually be used to grow our sports sector. So that you're not just putting bets on the game between Manchester United and that bad team called Arsenal, but we have betting on our local football and volleyball teams, Honorable Speaker, and that would create enthusiasm in these particular sports and games, and make sure that our young people are engaged, make sure these talents are scouted early, Honorable Speaker. So the reinforcing of this to be used now for those particular important activities, Honorable Speaker, would be very, very beneficial to this country, Honorable Speaker. Those will be my humble submissions. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Member of Parliament for Mandera West.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I also stand to support and also clear some issues that has been discussed here. As far as gambling is concerned, it was raised here by one of the speakers that some Islamic countries have made these laws and making a lot of money out of it. I want to clear the air by saying that Islamically, gambling is illegal, is haram, is not allowed. So whoever is doing it, whichever government is doing it as its government, but it should not be taken as having been allowed Islamically. On the other hand, gambling is a continuous thing all over the world. Even in this country, there are a lot of people who are gambling day in, day out. And some of them are gambling at the expense of their own family's survival. You see people stealing money, borrowing money to go and gamble so as to get rich in a few seconds or in a few minutes or in an hour or so. But ultimately, what normally happens is that the person loses the money, which he or she might have stolen or might have borrowed, and or maybe it could be the little money that could have fed his family, his children that day, and then the person gets frustrated, he gets a mental breakdown, and ultimately, you see the person walking on the streets and collecting rubbish just because he got involved in an illegal, haram thing that is not allowed anywhere in this world. For this to be, I think, stopped, the government of Kenya should tax it very heavily. Instead of looking for, instead of taxing, put it very heavily on fuel and other things, these are the sort of things that need to be taxed. taxed so heavily to an extent of maybe 30, 40%, and so that many of the people will be out of the market, their gaming will reduce. Of course, it will never end. There are people who are so much addicted to it, and they will continue doing it. But in that way, it will reduce, the numbers will reduce, so the numbers of Kenyans who are negatively affected because of so much involved in gambling will reduce drastically, and hence we shall have more healthy persons on our streets who are able to support their families with other ways and means. Thank you so much. With that, I support.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Allow me also to add my voice on this extremely important bill. Honorable Speaker, let me start by saying that it is difficult to entirely regulate gambling, but I've seen different jurisdictions, different countries, and how they have tried to do to work with regulating gambling. For instance, I've looked at the US. The US has a license that is given to all the gambling shops, and they make sure that they are strictly adhered to, that no one under the age of 18 is allowed to gamble. It is the same scenario in the UK. Unfortunately, back home, it is a very, very dire situation. And I'll give an example of my constituency recently when I visited with the PS Interior, Raymond Omolo, Dr. Raymond Omolo. And women came and demanded that within the shops there are gambling machines. And the young men and women every single day wake up in the morning to go to the centers to gamble. Such kind of gambling is what is killing a generation. Honorable Speaker, we have the responsibility as honorable members to make sure that we have a country that produces young people, women and men of substance in society that do not believe that there are shortcuts in making it in life. One of the easiest ways that our people have been deceived that you can quickly get some money is to gamble. It has totally killed families. People have gone into depression, and it becomes an addiction. Actually, there's a disease called gambling addiction. And when you don't gamble, you feel like, you feel the depression that one gets when you are fighting alcoholism. It is a similar problem. And if we do not get rid of it, we will have a problem. In fact, we should go further to make sure that strict penalties are given to people who allow underage to gamble. Society must be shaped in accordance to living morally, and it will be unfortunate if this House do not provide such legislation. So I really want to laud the Committee on Sports for coming up with such strict legislation and making sure that gambling does not exist within this country, and if they do, then we make sure that we have extremely strict laws to disallow the abuse of gambling. It should also be, there should also be time on what time and certificates are given and what time gambling can be played. There are those ones that we can't regulate easily, that we also must provide serious legislation like online gambling that happens a lot, and so that it is not misconstrued. Gambling is a resource and a revenue earner to the country. Honorable Speaker, I just looked how much it generates in the US economy, and it's mind-boggling, $329 billion annually, but only because there are restrictions. In fact, there are like cities that purposely are gambling destinations like Los Angeles. In Kenya, we must make sure that it is prudent, it becomes neat, so that not every kiosk in the village is allowed as a shop for gambling. Young people have fights with their parents, they want to sell land because they want to go and gamble. You find women who are married trying to go and gamble. You find even church ministers going to gamble, or many people in society trying to make quick bucks from gambling. Honorable Speaker, this proposed bill could not have come at a better time than this, and I truly support Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much.
Honorable Ekomas Mutuse here, or he just got his name in the end. Okay, the Honorable Mary, MP for Tenderet, followed by the Honorable MP for Garissa Township.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this bill. Honorable Speaker, gambling, lotteries, and many other forms of business that pertains to almost like a dice are very historical to mankind. Gambling has actually had a long history, even in the Christian world, and in the life of many civilizations. In Kenya here, gambling has been in existence for quite some time. However, there's never been a very good regulatory framework to ensure that we have institutions, we have legal mechanisms to make sure that the business of gambling and the process of gambling are regulated. Honorable Speaker, the Committee on Sports saw it right, and I think I want to thank the government and even Majority Leader for bringing these two bills. Yesterday we discussed the lotteries bill, and today the gambling bill is to bring sanity and order. This industry has a lot of money. It has an aspect of addiction, Mr. Speaker, that if not well regulated, it can actually cause a number of problems in families, especially the underage. It is known that many families are broken down because of improper and regulated gambling activities. Some individuals have lost their they went out to amusement centers and actually lost most of this through the process of gambling. This bill, through its many clauses, from clause 45 onwards, tries to establish a very clear organization framework. How can the amusement park be organized? How can gambling be regulated and done properly? The laws that make sure that areas that are not well regulated, unregulated gambling is disallowed because it promotes crime, it promotes addiction, and it also promotes bad behavior. Two, the gambling industry actually generates a lot of revenue in form of taxes, as the Chair Finance and Planning has indicated. Over 14 billion shillings are raised in various forms of taxation. But this money also can actually be put into good use, actually in promoting national development in terms of social development, the welfare of the citizens. Even in some countries in Europe, Honorable Speaker, it has been found that the monies that are raised through gambling and lotteries have been used to construct rehabilitation centers, schools, and other public entities that are beneficial to man. So this particular bill tries to address the gambling and bring order in the gambling industry to make sure that it issues licenses, it also issues permits, it also makes sure that those who do not follow the law, their permits are withdrawn or their licenses are withdrawn, and there is a general regulatory framework in place so that many cultures, many religions like Islam has prohibited it because it has a lot of negativity in it. That's why this law is trying to bring sanity and order in this particular industry. Mr. Speaker, I would also want to say that as the government tries to do this, it also has to look into some very good aspects of gambling, especially in generation of revenue, what the young men are doing on the online, what the young men are doing in the amusement parks, and what the young people are also doing in the slot machines. All this is very important if well regulated, if well administered, and that is why we have the gambling board, the lottery board, and it has specific functions for all these boards. As much as it is done in a very well-organized manner, Mr. Speaker, this is going to be a new area where the government can raise revenues, where the government is able to run, it will be able to get revenue to run and facilitate institutions. Lastly, I also want to also say that the monies that will be raised from this gambling work shall also be used to establish and assist those who have become addicts, what we call rehabilitation centers, because we have a number of individuals who get addicted to this. So we also need to plow back this money to make sure that those who have been addicted in one way or another, have been affected by this industry, are actually saved and taken care of. I support Honorable Speaker, and thank you.
The township, and then followed by the MP for Kangundo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for also giving me this opportunity to air my views on this very important bill. Mr. Speaker, as a country or as legislators, leaders of this country, it's very important we take such steps in terms of protecting our young generation who have unfortunately fallen into traps of trying to make a life or take a shortcut in making a living out of gambling. Gambling, in the past we knew as a very high-end business where those who participate and pertain to it were people of high income, very rich people. But as we see today, every Kenyan, even the young people who are not working, in the only shillings they get or the only kind of money they come into contact, they rush into gambling. It looks like every shop or any center, it has a gambling shop, and this encourages young people in terms of getting accessibility to these centers. Again, we have radio stations who are now promoting online gambling. There's issues here when young people hear that so-and-so has made 500,000 out of gambling, but they do not know the amount of investment or the amount of money that young other person who won the 500,000 has put so that he gets that 500. Or the other people, Kenyans, who have also played that game, participated in the game, the amount of money that this country is wasted through gambling is so much. So it is important for us as leaders and as legislators to come up with this kind of bill to protect our young people, not necessarily the young people, even adults who are now become addictive to the game. It is very highly addictive game that needs to be regulated very well, and that needs to be protected from those who are making a rich, from very desperate people who are trying to make quick rich or are trying to get quick money out of this. Mr. Speaker, we are killing a very productive generation that should have contributed better to the development of this country. So it is important that this industry is regulated. It is very important that the money that is generated out of gambling is used into protecting those who are fallen victim to this problem, like putting up rehabilitation centers, like putting up health facilities for the communities that are very much affected. It is no wonder our religion, Islam, has always prohibited or stood against this, because it was known and was seen long time ago that the effect that this kind of business can bring to the people. Again, crime is a very big thing associated with gambling. Those who partake this business, those who play the game, are forced into criminal activities so that they be able to get money to come and keep on playing this game. And I mean, for many years, those of us who had the opportunity to watch movies have seen how this thing is played, how it is so dangerous if you lose your money, what it can lead you to. So this game or this business must highly be taxed by the government. In the bill, it suggests up to about 15%. My suggestion will have been that it goes up to 30% or more, so that it becomes very hard for anybody who is playing this game or anybody who is practicing this business is discouraged from participating or taking part in this business. With those remarks, I support the bill, and I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving this opportunity to hand my voice on this gambling bill or lottery bill. Honorable Speaker, I stand to support with amendments. If you see the gambling, how the different jurisprudence they have put it, Honorable Speaker, it's like a game. This is a game, our sport like another sport. So I also like to take the opportunity to congratulate all the gamblers in Kenya and all over the world. Historically, where we come from, the life has been a gambling. Many people, they don't know when they are living, they are gambling, even when they are trying also to invest in business. So we cannot stand and say that gambling is not part of human life. Historically, we had Russian marionette games, we had too many kind of games. Even us, in our childhood, when we were growing, we started gambling in a village, the kind of gamble we end. So we cannot discourage gambling. So if you feel you are man and strong enough, wake up and gamble. What we are saying that we need to put laws to discourage our young people not to get drunk with gambling. But gambling in real sense is a good game. So I say that it is a good law which we need to make for gamblers also to be able to make their money when they are doing the game. If you feel you are man enough, put your million, I put my million, we play the game. And I praise the committee for coming with the law to work on the gambling, at least to avoid the village issues and fight we're having in the streets with the young boys. Honorable Speaker, as I say, the amendment which you need to look about when you're talking about gambling, it is an investment. There is somebody who comes to invest on that business. It is the high time we see how to attract many investors by giving low taxes, by also giving low fees which are paid to people to start business. If you see the Schedule 4, the kind of fee they are putting, 200 million is too much. We need to fill the investors. We need to fill opportunity where we are not letting only foreigners to come to do business in our country. We need to open a good environment, which we are giving, not only thinking like gambling, you have to gamble 1 million. Where we are giving a village man to open a gamble, people to gamble for 50 shillings and have a license. So that gambler, if you're opening a business for people to gamble for less than 10,000, where will he get the 200 million? So it is true, I don't like the phenomena where we feel that anything which is coming, we need to make money, we need to make money. No, we need also to make people live their living. We need to give people opportunity to feel that we are enjoying our life. We are not living for people to make money. We are not living us to make money. We need to open opportunities, games, and the sports or different sports that people, they can enjoy their sports. So, Honorable Speaker, I can see that we need to check the fees set for this business. We should not just put fees for the sake to put people fail not to go to that industry. We need to put it open. It is working online. Because like I can see a lot of gambling is happening in the online for the sports. You bet this team, you bet this team. So those people who end up doing those gambling online, not even easy to get them pay fees. But our innocent people, businessmen, who have come and opened the offices here in Kenya, they are the ones who are punishing them to pay these fees. So we need to be considerate when we are setting the value for charges of these fees. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. As I said, I support with amendments. Thank you very much.
The Honorable Ferdinand Wanyonyi, followed by the Honorable Mutunga John.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. I also want to add my voice on this very, very important bill, that motion, that actually the whole idea with this one is to bring some sanity into the gambling. Because as explained by many, everybody talking about it, we are seeing, and seeing is to believe. We are seeing what is happening. Mr. Speaker, I think first and foremost, because of what the bill is trying to suggest, basically to bring some sanity in this particular game. I think I want to take on onset to say I think I'll support it 100% of my effort. Because what he's trying to do, from what I'm seeing, and from what the speaker, the leader of the majority said, was first of all to provide regulation for us to be able to see that the gambling itself is safe. Today, and you have been told and we have seen that I actually experienced a very sad situation, and also experienced a very excitement situation. One, a boy who actually stole money from the parents and disappeared for a week just to go gambling. But at the same time, the positive part of it is that I saw my neighbor who took part in the whole thing and managed to get 500,000 shillings. I think that again, you know, is both sides. But the most important thing is that at least this, as it is not regulated properly. And therefore, I think when you pass this, you'll be able to make sure that the regulations are there, the betting and even the casino, whatever they are, the prize giving out through the media, as we see that in the TV, that you do this, put 500 shillings, or even 50 shillings, or even 100 shillings, and you get whatever it is. That again is going to be regulated, and therefore I want to say that's the right thing to do. Of course, we also, as I've mentioned, there are also the negative part of it. There are those who actually are addicted, and therefore the price that we are going to get from this passage of this is that we'll be able to at least have a regulation to regulate this, so that those who are actually addicted, we can do the research and see what we can do to reduce that kind of behavior for people who actually do nothing but do the betting, and some of them actually steal. And one guy stopped me in Kitale and said, "Mzee, can you stop, because I've seen some way of making money." And you know, what is it? He wanted me to give him 200 shillings so that I can take part in this game. So I am saying that this is actually something that can be able to, you'll have a research, we'll have a license. Those who are licensed, those are able to do what is supposed to, and of course we'll have research. And the research will come from us. The participants and the other Kenyans tell you, okay, the best way of doing this is ABCD, so that it can be able to reduce those who want to do the gambling for the sake of it, and those who can even go to the extent of stealing money to be able to go for gambling. So that again is something that I see this particular bill be able to help us to regulate this. And for that reason, Mr. Speaker, I want to say we actually want to pass this bill so that we can be able to have this, this particular game regulated, and see whether we can be able to get from, of course, there's also money being, taxes are there, there's revenue for the whoever, I think the sports and the ministry. And so it's something that is very positive, and let's look at it positively other than looking at it negatively. I want to take this opportunity and say I support. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I would like to thank the Committee on Sports for thinking through this bill and making the proposals they have made, which are really good. Honourable Speaker, this legislation comes in to basically not only to regulate, but also to control gambling, because gambling needs to be controlled. Gambling has no age group, although the legislation appears to put some age setting. Gambling is an extremely, and it is important to control because it's an extremely addictive game. It's about the most addictive game that we know about. It has impoverished many. You should see the levels of destitution when people are borrowing money to go and continue gambling, although they will not tell you anyway. Last week, I remember one time, there was a police roundup in my constituency, and I happened to talk to them and hear them out. And they were telling me that there has been some cheap Chinese gambling machines that have been infiltrated into the community. And almost everybody now was in gambling. So they had to get rid of them so that they can contain people back to their work. It should be controlled and contained because it's about the most time-consuming activity. Therefore, we need to support our people to do productive work. It's also a lazy man's job. Those who want to be lazy actually engage in gambling. Those who don't want to work. Kenya is a working nation. I remember with a lot of nostalgia the time of Kibaki when he told us, let us go and work. I'm aware ni bure kabisa. So I think we don't want to call our people bure kabisa, but we're saying it is those people who do not want to work hard that engage in bahati nasibu. Gambling is even more captivating in the sense that people seem to like it. It takes money from the poorest segment of the poor. And we have an obligation, as the leader majority said, to protect our poor people from some of these extortionist kind of games. The levels of destitution are appalling. Honorable Speaker, it has taken people back to poverty, even people who have probably even trying to do something and have started to earn decent living. Honorable Speaker, I want to address the issue of 15% vis-a-vis the committee's proposal. I listened very carefully to the contributions made by Honorable Basil. Honorable Speaker, we also would like it to happen a lot more here than otherwise. If we put 15% as the levy, and it dissuades this activity happening here, we will not get any revenue. They will switch to the ICT-based or the electronic gambling, and therefore you lose more revenue. It is important a point that you need to consider, because the committee must have thought through it very, very carefully. With the new innovations, with ICT, then we risk even losing the very productive, community, part of the community, people engaging for a very long time in gambling. Gambling, basically, this gambling bill has come in to replace many legislations that have been there. It will also make the judicial services a lot easier because we'll have clear, references instead of referring to very many laws. Then we shall refer maybe to clauses within one law. So it is important that we have it at this point in time. Gambling, the regulatory authority will definitely have a lot of work to do. And it is important that we prevail upon the regulatory authority to follow up the activities of gambling, even the adversarial activities of gambling, to tax them so that we can get more money. Because I think there's a lot of gambling within the media than otherwise. Honorable Speaker, I admire the committee's proposals of absolute figures on what probably is proposed as taxes in the schedules. But absolute figures, Honorable Speaker, do not allow for flexibility. So it will be important that we translate these absolute figures to some proportions or some percentages. That would help us probably to look at changing scenarios and changing circumstances and therefore adjusting accordingly. It is important for us to create a responsible gambling industry. Therefore, the legislation is key in terms of basically removing the irregularities that are there and having the price practice more organized, more regulated, and more systematic. Putting in some standards so that at least as a country, we engage in something that we are very sure of, something that we can control, and something that we can basically advise in terms of growth and development. Honorable Speaker, I also would like to admire the fact that the money is proposed to be used a lot more to rehabilitate those who have been through the process. Well, it's seen money, and people have suffered, but they will also have lost probably their bearing, and therefore they need to be rehabilitated. So it is actually wise to use this money to rehabilitate them back to normalcy. Honorable Speaker, I want to recognize what the honorable member, one of our honorable members said about there being a policy which basically was passed in 2022 and which has regulates as act, regulates the act of gambling This particular policy needs a legislative backup so that it can be effectively implemented. And if we have segmented and many pieces of legislation implementing one policy, it's not very good. There's lack of clarity, and therefore it is important. The bill proposes a provision of security, which is important. We need secure surroundings, we need secure premises, we need secure practices that our people will be engaging in. Therefore, it is important. So, Honourable Speaker, this bill comes in to basically clean an otherwise not so clean industry, not so clean sector, and therefore it will help us a great deal. The issue of the young people not engaging in gambling. Honourable Speaker, I think as we move on, we will basically be looking at how else can we adjust or repeal or amend this the legislation so that we are able to make sure that our age does not edge onto gambling, so that people can get more serious in their work and move on, as it were. So I'm going to speak with those very few remarks I wish to support. Thank
you. Followed by
I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to join my colleagues on this discussion about gambling. Mr. Speaker, from the definition in the bill, gambling is a game of chance. Mr. Speaker, it includes a game of chance for the purpose of making a prize or winning money. And it includes lottery, prize competition. It also includes media promotions with a prize. From that definition, Mr. Speaker, it becomes a legal gaming activity. But Mr. Speaker, the way many Kenyans understand gambling, it is a very negative game. But I think we need to come out from that school of thought that we cannot demonize gambling because it has certain benefits, even though there are also some cons with it. Mr. Speaker, this bill has brought forth the benefits, which includes generation of income, development of infrastructure, because where this gambling activity will take place will bring in infrastructure. It will also cause employment. It will also cause distribution of income, not forgetting it is going to enhance development, increase in income. Mr. Speaker, this bill has brought a section that is going to concern on operations, including the setting of regulations to govern this game or business. It also, Mr. Speaker, going to establish an authority that is going to oversee this sector. The bill has also brought in the terms and conditions on licensing, and it also has brought forth the relationship between the national government and the county government. Mr. Speaker, that framework of my statement indicates that now the government is ready to bring formality and control of this game of chance. Mr. Speaker, we all know for a couple of years now, the game of gambling has been misused by both the merchants and the players. Mr. Speaker, we have seen and witnessed influx of gambling machines, cheap gambling machines which have been installed illegally in many shops, bars, and the restaurants. It's a free-for-all. I know of business people who are involved in importation of those machines, and they were cheaply brought in and being bought or installed on hire purchase terms to local bars, even within the localities of mosques, localities of churches, localities of schools, enticing young people and low-income earners to enter the game of chance, gambling. Mr. Speaker, I join other members to say, yes, time has come now for the government not only to make money through gambling, but also to regulate the sector. It is common sense. It's a big business in the US. I had the opportunity of being of going to Las Vegas, and we saw a city in almost every stage or building or hotel. They allow gambling machines. And the conduct of the gamblers, the conduct of the merchants is highly professional. Mr. Speaker, if we can able to do that, it means we will be able to generate income. We should go towards various activities of our society. Mr. Speaker, there is no business that does not have casualties and negatives. But if a business is generating income, and that generated income can be brought back to the society, Mr. Speaker, it's a good business. I'm more worried, Mr. Speaker, on the implementation and enforcement. I've seen there's a section, the national government will set the policy framework, which is very good, but now the enforcement is the county government. Mr. Speaker, as you know, we're having serious problems of drugs in this country. The national government is running an initiative. The county government are the ones that issue licenses. This bill needs to be very clear, because in as much as we are saying it has benefit and it's a good thing to do, the biggest problem will be how it will be enforced. With the problem of corruption in this country, with the problem of no clear-cut systems at the county level, in the circumstances of lack of commitment, we can regularize a business, it becomes a threat to our young people, our young children, our young youth, because it's a shortcut to making money. I therefore would like to state that if this is not properly handled, it might cause more harm to our society. And I applaud the countries where gambling is not allowed, because I think people are forced to work. It's a challenge to us that we should not create another shortcut for people not to work, for people not to become innovative, for people not to go to school to take shortcuts in life. But all in all, let me state that if really the implementation of this bill is going to be very effective, then it's a good thing. The issue of tax. This is a sin tax. I will not agree with the Committee on Sports to reduce the tax. In any case, I think it needs to be increased. It needs to be increased. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity.
The Honorable Member of Parliament for Bondo, followed by the Honorable Woman Rep for Kirinyaga, Jerry Maina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to bring two critical basic principles. The first principle is, why do we make laws? Then the second one is the principle of the necessity of governments. Mr. Speaker, we make laws to guard against what we don't want to happen to us. That's normally the basic principle why we make laws, to guard against what we don't want to happen to us. And for us to guard against what we don't want to happen to us, governments have a role. And that's exactly where I was talking about the necessity of governments. And the governments normally come in for purpose of controls and regulating the society. Mr. Speaker, we are in a situation where the modern society is much faster than the governments. And this is where governments must wake up. The modern society is much faster than governments. They generate many new things and much more faster than how the governments can respond. Just the last parliament was struggling here with the issue of cyber crime. We were doing it when it was really late, when the harm was already too deep in the society. Right now, we've been having this thing of gambling for a period of time. I remember when I first stepped into Nairobi as a university student, I heard about Kupiga Punda. I didn't know Kupiga Punda was a gambling game. And it took me quite a while to understand what it was. But it was a game that was well understood, and it had its own clientele, a clientele that are people who had worked and had money. And it was only giving them space in the evenings or at night for purpose of spending a bit of what they had earned. That is exactly what I was seeing. Then the next one was the issue of lotteries. Charity sweepstake. There was a purpose. There was a real purpose. The purpose was for purposes of charity. It was not for purpose of generating commercial money. So what we've done or what we have had is the way we have commercialized gambling, or the way we have done now, we have gone out to do our lotteries. This is where the problem is. What then is what is the reason behind one coming up with a lottery or an exercise of doing gambling or lottery? There must be a purpose, and that purpose must be for the good of the society. When we're doing the charity sweepstake, the charity was for the good of supporting charity in the society. What is it that we are gaining from somebody like what I was just sharing with Mr. Speaker, somebody who has a good Benz and places it on the street, a Benz of 30 million shillings, and then the following day he tells everybody to give 200 shillings, and then by the end of the day, this fellow generates 2 billion by getting 10,000 people subscribing with 200 shillings, and then nobody going with or one person going with the car of 30 million, the fellow remaining with 1.97 billion Kenya shillings. I think this is the reason, this is the problem, the disadvantage of what we are looking at. Gambling as a game, and gambling as a game with a purpose, is different from gambling, the figurative gambling the MP for Machakos was trying to bring around, that no, life is a gamble. You know, we normally say life is a gamble, yes, but it has its meaning different or outside the gambling as a game. So, Mr. Speaker, I think this is where, as a government, we are late. We are late, and we have lost a lot. And even when we are now trying to cite certain provisions in the bill as sin capital, sin money, that we'll take it back, we recoup it back for purpose of rehabilitating people. There are people who cannot be rehabilitated. You can't get them. You don't know where they are. And so, Mr. Speaker, there are bits of the bill that I think needs to be looked at afresh. If you look at what's happening in the villages, let alone Nairobi, let alone towns and urban areas, what's happening in the villages through phones and all that is terrible. Yeah? People go, young boys and girls go out looking for money from all manner of sides and from manner of angles just to participate in the games, with games that have no necessary reason behind them. So, Mr. Speaker, I support this, but I want to believe that there's much more stern things that the bill needs to have beyond what it has at the moment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Jerry Maina, followed by the MP for Marquette West, Timothy. Is he there?
Yes.
Timothy Toletich?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to support this bill. Honorable Speaker, it is about time that we regulate gambling in Kenya. Honorable Speaker, it is unfortunate that most of our populace are being exploited by the gambling companies by media houses, Honorable Speaker, taking the little they have without investing the same back to our communities. Honorable Speaker, for instance, these media houses and gambling companies, they have a prize amount, sometimes maybe of a car worth around 2.5 million Kenya shillings. The gambling amount to the viewer is around, say, even 200 Kenya shillings. If you do the math, if only 1 million Kenyans gamble for that asset worth 2.5 million, they make 200 million Kenya shillings, Honorable Speaker. This is not money that they have really invested to generate interest, Honorable Speaker. This is money that has come from the pockets of impoverished Kenyans, Honorable Speaker. It is therefore imperative for this House to ensure that a substantial amount of the profits that are made from gambling are plowed back into the community, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, for the young people of this nation, it is quite unfortunate because most of them are just victims of circumstances, victims of the high rate of unemployment in our nation, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, besides even gambling, we have these pyramid schemes, Honorable Speaker, that lure unsuspecting young people, Honorable Speaker, to make monies out of them, Honorable Speaker, and out of their desperation. And perhaps it is also a question of our social engineering, Honorable Speaker, because people want to wake up to riches overnight, Honorable Speaker. I want to implore on the young people of this nation to remember the values of hard work, consistency, and keeping going even though the times are hard, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, these companies like Public Likes and the others, Honorable Speaker, they knowingly defraud Kenyans of their hard-earned mega income, Honorable Speaker, without any liability, Honorable Speaker, without any responsibility. That is why we must ensure that we control even the advertisement, Honorable Speaker. We know that social media is a behemoth, Honorable Speaker, that is accessible to our young kids, even as young as 10 years, Honorable Speaker. What culture do we want to build for them, Honorable Speaker? It is therefore imperative that this bill not only regulates, but also ensures that we have restrictions in terms of advertisement, especially in our media sector, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to urge the members of Parliament to ensure that at all times we aggressively push for these media houses and gambling companies to have a substantive input into the communities, Honorable Speaker. Fund social amenities like rehabilitation, Honorable Speaker. Our young people are prone to gambling. It is an addiction, Honorable Speaker. They have to have a community social responsibility from the people who are giving them those monies, Honorable Speaker. They have also to invest in youth empowerment, Honorable Speaker. We not only need to have it on paper. When it comes to implementation, it is unfortunate that we lack a follow-up process, Honorable Speaker. And I hope that this bill, once passed, will not suffer the consequence of having a lack of goodwill and implementation of the same, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute on this very important bill. Honorable Speaker, it is time that we regulate as a country the gambling industry in this country. Honorable Speaker, I have read the Constitution, in particular the 4th schedule, provides clearly that gambling, casinos, and betting is a shared function between the national government and the county government. Honorable Speaker, I wish to thank the authors of the bill because they appreciate that fact. That is why, under this bill, the functions of the county government and the functions of the national government are clearly spelled out insofar as regulation of the gambling industry is concerned. Honorable Speaker, I have also read the substance of the bill, and there are issues that are of fundamental importance. One is that in terms of licensing, Honorable Speaker, it has been said that the entity that shall be given the license to run or to run this gambling facility shall be a corporate entity. That means that that corporate entity shall be responsible in law, because a corporate entity has certain provisions in terms of perpetual succession, in terms of suing and being sued, so that it is not left to individuals. If it is a corporate entity, then they shall bear certain legal consequences. Honorable Speaker, and that provides that that entity must have a minimum of 30% shareholding by Kenyans. So, Honorable Speaker, we have had issues whereby we've had gambling companies from outside Kenya who have no interest in Kenya, and therefore it is very clear now under this bill that 30% of the shareholders must be Kenyans. Number two, Honorable Speaker, is that they have been authorized to maintain an account in a financial entity within the Republic of Kenya, so that the amount of money collected is not remitted to another country. The fact that the money that is accrues out of the gambling is directed or channeled towards a financial institution in Kenya, for me, is a gain. Honorable Speaker, this authority that has been created, the Gambling Regulation Authority, shall also be able to provide or issue out licenses and revoke licenses. We've had problems under the current regime whereby we have lacked a specific authority that can be able to revoke a license once it is misused. Finally, Honorable Speaker, I have heard the leader majority commenting on the issue of taxation. And, Honorable Speaker, the Committee on Sports has proposed a reduction of taxes from 15% to 13%. Honorable Speaker, I see no reason of challenging that provision or that particular amendment or proposed amendment. Honorable Speaker, we must be careful as a country. In as much as we want to collect taxes, we should not tax our people out of business. Honorable Speaker, I call upon the committee to make a comparative study. Look at Tanzania, look at Uganda, look at East African countries, the taxation regime, so that we don't tax those people out of business. Honorable Speaker, the moment we raise the taxation in a comparative way more than the other East African countries, then our investors in this country shall be able to move to other countries that have more friendly tax regimes. So, Honorable Speaker, I call upon that committee to look critically, and when it comes to the committee of the whole, we shall propose an amendment to agree with the committee so that we can be able to retain the percentage that the committee has thought out to be 13% and be able to maintain that particular provision. Honorable Speaker, I support this bill because most Kenyans are gambling, they are betting their lives, and they are becoming miserable out of losing a lot of money towards betting. So, Honorable Speaker, I rise to support this bill.
The Honorable Member of Parliament for Mandera, for Abdul Haro.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Followed by Metuse. Is that Metuse? Yeah, you've been out.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I stand from the outright to say that I oppose this bill because I think gambling, in the first place, is a bad business. It has caused a lot of suffering in many homes. It has affected a lot of, almost all facets of our society. The youths in school and the youths out of school are affected. Adults are affected. People have gambled away their terminal benefits. People have gambled away their farms. People have gambled away their homes. And I think it has caused a lot of suffering. So, Honorable Speaker, gambling, as it has been defined, is a game of chance. And that means it encourages laziness. People just want to make easy money without working for it, which is bad in the first place. And in order to save our society, which has been affected in a big way, I don't think regulating gambling will be the solution. Totally banning gambling, I think, according to me, will be the solution. Even if you impose tax on gambling, you're just imposing tax on a bad business. Even if you say the license holders should participate in corporate social responsibility, you're developing community projects through a bad business. Even if you say a certain percentage of saving should be forced on the gambler, I think it's bad to save money from a bad business in the first place. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, I think gambling is bad for this country, it's bad for our society. It is going to be even more dangerous the moment we start regulating it. It means by regulating gambling and allowing it to flourish, we should also tax drug dealers. We should also tax, get corporate social responsibility from drug money. We should also get savings from drug money. And I think for that reason, I totally oppose this bill, and gambling should be outlawed completely. Thank you.
Metuse? No, the Honorable Metuse?
I didn't want to contribute on this. Mr. Speaker.
Is the Honorable Member of Parliament for Limuru in the House? The Honorable John Kiragu? Is he in? Okay, you follow me to see.
Mr. Speaker, I want to join the members of the Committee on Sports and the promoter of this bill, the Honorable Leader of Majority, and members who have contributed this afternoon in supporting the enactment of the Gambling Control Bill into law. We support this because we have to create a society that believes in the values of hard work. We support this because our youth are the leaders that will inherit this country. And for them to inherit this country and to take it forward, it is important that from the onset, good values and ethics are impacted upon them. We have reached a point where gambling has become an alternative to people going to their farms to till. We have reached a point in this country where gambling is becoming an alternative for young people to school, because many of them are now beginning to argue that you do not need a university degree to gamble. And therefore, it has become an alternative to people going to school. We have reached a point where people only need wake up and find crafty ways of obtaining a smartphone and some airtime so that they begin to engage in gambling as a source of income. And like it has been explained, gambling can never be a source of sustainable and regular income. Number two, Mr. Speaker, most of the gambling firms that we have operating around, many of them are also owned by foreigners. And because the sector has not been regulated, it has caused a lot of capital flight. People come here with funny lotteries, funny promotions, they get licensed, they have some M-Pesa digits, they collect billions and billions of money, but the money is not reinvested in the country. There has not been a clear mechanism for them paying taxes so that those taxes can also impact in terms of our development. And therefore, because of the unregulated nature of the gambling and lottery industry, a lot of the money is being shipped from our economy, and it explains partly why our economy is also suffering in terms of cash flow. And therefore, to require that the corporations, the firms, the companies that will be licensed to carry out gambling must have a minimum of 30% shareholding that is local is in itself very, very noble. turning to taxation in terms of whether, as proposed in the bill, we should tax at 15% or reduce to the percentage proposed by the committee at 13%. I support the sentiments by members that that taxation must be set using an objective criteria. By objective criteria, I mean we must do the delicate balancing of collecting the sin tax so as to apply it to developing the social fabric of those who may have been affected by gambling, but also counterbalance it with the interest of those who are investing. And this broadly speaks to our taxation regime in comparison with our neighboring countries and also those countries that are in competition with us in terms of attracting investment. And therefore, I will be expecting the committee to be telling us in reply why they recommended a reduction, what is the scientific reasoning, because it is not just about arithmetics, it is not just about figures, it is not just about 15 and 13%. There must be some scientific thinking that informs us in terms of what we said. But in my view, the tax that is going to be imposed on gambling firms must be one that, number one, prevents people from making it very easy for firms and for individuals to participate in this. And number two, we must also set a taxation system that is very efficient so that immediately any person gambles, then the taxman or the taxwoman or tax institutions are able to receive their taxes promptly, noting that many of the directors of these companies, as I had said earlier, may not be local. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, this afternoon, I support the passage, enactment into law of the Gambling Control Bill so as to regulate the sector and so as to create a responsible society, noting that a lot of the people who are gambling are young people. And like I have said earlier, gambling is beginning to confuse our young people from doing that which is meaningful to them, to engaging in the quick gains, in the quick promises that come with the monies that are often pledged in gambling. And as I finalize, Mr. Speaker, it is also important that within this law, we regulate how marketing for gambling is done. The Speaker, you are aware that under the Tobacco Control Act, the law on tobacco control regulates how you do advertisement for cigarettes, for example, in this country. That as you do advertisement for cigarettes, you have also to highlight that they are harmful to people's health. And we have even gone further that you demonstrated through photographs that somebody knows when I buy this packet of cigarettes and I smoke, this is how my lungs will look like, and there is possibility that I am going to get sick. I want to propose that within the gambling law, the advertisement for gambling cannot just be done in a manner that makes it very cozy, in a manner that makes it very, very nice. It must now be required as part of this law that as you advertise for gambling, you must also say the bad side of gambling so that from the beginning, those who are gambling are able to make a choice between the monies that they are likely to win, but also the bad effects of gambling. And for that reason, I beg to support, Mr. Speaker.
The MP for Limuru, followed by the MP for Nyeri Town, and then followed by the MP for Mosop.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me a chance to put up a few remarks on this bill. First, I rise to support this bill, knowing that, in fact, gambling and prostitution are two very difficult industries around the world to either control or eradicate. We know that over the years, criminal elements have always had a hand in gambling, and those who know anything about mafia and their activities in the world will know that we are dealing with a very difficult industry. But, Honorable Speaker, there is a good thing about regulating such an industry. One is because it's important for us to know who are in the industry, where do they do this business, and how do they use the proceeds that they make. Mr. Speaker, in this country, many of the people now are gambling online, others are doing it in residential areas. We no longer have any areas specifically to do the gambling. Those who know some places like Las Vegas, they know that it's a city that was built on gambling and prostitution. And for this reason, Mr. Speaker, it is important for us to make sure that as we allow gambling to continue, we must make sure that we have the right regulations to control this industry. This industry, yes, there is money that can be raised. Mr. Speaker, I have seen the proposed tax regime for these earnings. And I was just wondering, Mr. Speaker, how do you have a flat rate for people who are maybe earning out of it maybe 200 shillings, 300 shillings, and you equate with a flat rate even to the people who are in the millions? So in my view, that when we come to the next stage, is that we may need to consider to see what level of taxation we can put to various levels of earnings. But there is the issue of what we can do with the earnings that we get from gambling. I know as a country we have a lot of problems in rehabilitating people, looking for funds for education, looking for infrastructure. So, Mr. Speaker, what we need to do is to make sure that the money that comes out of it is used properly to make sure that we invest in the weak areas of our society, because gambling has actually destroyed a lot of our, core areas of our society. But it's also important, Mr. Speaker, that there are many people who travel around the world to find places to gamble. And what we should do is also not only looking at the local gambling, but also what happens to those people who come to a country and they just want to gamble and take the money away. There must be consideration, and to make sure that they do not bring dirty money into the country and just to clean it and then take it out. So as I support this, I call upon the House to make sure that we control and we provide guidance as to how we will make sure that this industry is well controlled. And the regulations that we are going to put, we make sure that people will not be paying to get licenses, to get free hand in conducting gambling in the areas they want. We make sure that even with our security system, we will vet who are in this industry. How do we make sure that gambling will not be open to people of underage and also the vulnerable people? So for me, Mr. Speaker, I support with these reservations that it is very, very important for us to make sure that the regulations that we are proposing will make sure that we will not open this country to gangs and people who have no respect for humanity to come in and do the business. I support.
MP for Nyeri Town.
Thank you, Honorable
Yeah,
Speaker.
followed by the MP for Mosop.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this bill. Honorable Speaker, I support this bill. On the 5th of May this year, I did bring a motion before this House that was adopted compelling government to better regulate the betting industry as a result of the proliferation of betting games by media houses. And therefore, this bill gives life to the aspirations I had in that motion. The intention of this bill, Mr. Speaker, is to increase control and oversight over betting and gambling and the industry as a whole. However, Mr. Speaker, although the authority has been given a function of receiving complaints, the bill goes short in providing for timelines within which complaints raised should be addressed. Mr. Speaker, I want to draw a parallel between gambling, the gambling industry, and the alcoholic drinks industry. The alcoholic drinks industry in this country is regulated and raises substantial revenues for the economy of this country. But on the opposite side, let us look at the harm that alcoholic drinks trade has visited on individuals, families, communities, and society. And although this bill promises that rehabilitation centers for those addicted to gambling can be built, why haven't we built rehabs for those addicted to alcohol? And therefore, unless this bill is ring-fencing a portion of the revenues that the government is raising from this industry to go towards harm reduction, prevention is always better than cure. This bill is silent on harm reduction, on the documented effects of gambling on addicts and families and communities. The government, this government, cannot just concentrate on the revenue side of things. This government has a duty to protect its citizens and communities from the harmful effects of gambling. This government has a duty to prevent large proportions of our population from falling into gambling. This bill offers no protection for the poorest of the poor. And in fact, this bill moves a step further to entice those who earn below the daily minimum wage into gambling by setting a minimum threshold of 20 shillings. If today our communities are crying out of the 100 shillings that our people are being asked to bet on media houses, what about when we bring it down to 20 shillings? Mr. Speaker, this bill is short on stopping media houses from conducting gambling business. They say the bill exempts minors from visiting casinos. How do you exempt minors from visiting casinos when radio stations and TV stations have become casinos right inside the living rooms of our families? Mr. Speaker, addiction, be it from gambling, be it from alcohol, be it from drugs, has brought a lot of suffering on individuals, psychological suffering on families, stigma on families, societies, and communities. This bill does not ameliorate any of those effects, harmful effects that we are all aware of. And therefore, even as there is a proposal to reduce tax, I think we should build in this bill a definite provision for ring-fencing a certain percentage of the revenues generated from this industry to protect our people
and reduce the harm that is visited upon them by these kind of vices. Are there any lessons learned from the sin tax that is imposed and bringing on, that has brought about the sports fund? The sports funds for years has received money from sin tax, yet when we walk around this country, we cannot see the impact of these resources. Sports cannot be justified as a way of allowing gambling. Sports is an industry that should be supported to allow talented and gifted men and women in this country exploit their sports prowess to earn the top bucks that other sportsmen and women are achieving. We cannot justify the building of sports stadia to allow unregulated gambling. I believe, Mr. Speaker, that we must provide an explicit exclusion for the poorest of the poor in this country not to be enticed into gambling, which is practically a game for those who have the means and the wherewithal to gamble. But even those who have had those kind of riches in the past, we have seen them reduced to destitutes through gambling. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, in controlling gambling and the industry, I think this bill ought to link the presence and the use of the KRA PIN. How can somebody who is not able to pay tax afford to gamble? And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I am proposing that I will be moving key amendments on this bill to ensure that I am providing protection for Kenyans who should not be lured into gambling. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support. MP for Mosop.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to contribute to this motion on gambling. Mr. Speaker, I support the committee who have suggested that we increase and put strict regulation on gambling in Kenya. Although personally, I don't support any form of gambling, either online, offline, or whatever form of gambling in this country. Gambling, Mr. Speaker, has truly caused a lot of havoc and poverty in most homes. I have had an opportunity to experience on a close call family members and friends who have truly been demolished and impoverished by gambling as a whole. Gambling is extremely dangerous. It has made people homeless. It has made people stressed. It has destroyed the society. And as such, Mr. Speaker, I don't support, although we are talking of regulation to tighten it, but there is no form of gambling that can actually help any country. If you look at some countries, Mr. Speaker, like China, like Japan, where gambling is illegal, it has helped the country to continue to grow, and also for countries, the society and social views to get better. But countries like Australia, countries like America in Las Vegas, where I've gotten a chance to visit, many people are stressed, many people are suffering because of this issue of gambling. As such, Kenya is leading Africa in gambling. 89% of Kenyans in Africa in gambling. Kenya leads at 89%, Nigeria is at 78%, South Africa is at 69%. So as we continue as a country, if we go at this trend, most people are going to suffer. And as such, as much as we are putting regulations to make sure that we're increasing the taxes, we are doing some things to reduce the gambling, if there was a bill or if there is any way that we can actually ban gambling in this country, it will be for the better of the country. So I stand here, Mr. Speaker, as much as I'm supporting the suggestions from this committee, at the same time, I look at the impact of the gambling in our country. A lot of young people and men who are involved in gambling has lost a lot of resources. If you look at the people in the world, the worst gambler who lost $1 billion in Australia of his own resources and his own money, because once gambling becomes addictive, you cannot stop it. You continue selling your property, you continue selling everything that you have to sustain and to support the gambling addiction that you have already contracted. As my brother mentioned, the issues of alcohol. It is like alcohol, because once gambling gets into your mind, you start thinking you are going to win, you are going to win, you are going to win. But in the process, you are losing everything that you have. So, Mr. Speaker, gambling is never good for any nation, it's never good for any person, it's never good for any family. So I don't support any form of gambling. I don't support any country that continues to even regularize and also even to regularize the issue of gambling, because it is making sure that their future generation, like our youth, are going to end up in gambling, are going to end up losing their property, and they become lazy. There is nothing free in this world. There is nothing free. Especially now, most of the gambling is done on smartphones. So you find in the villages, the young people are so hooked to the phone because they are doing gambling. You go to the small shopping centers, you find young people are very involved with the gambling. And at the end of the day, they are not involved in the manual work. They are not involved in actually working to make money out of their sweat, but they believe that they can make billions out of gambling. So I stand here, as much as we are saying we're going to support the committee report, but I suggest at some point we have to come up with a law or a bill that is going to ban gambling in this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The MP for Mgwen, followed by Owen Bayer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I rise to support this bill on gambling control, whereas we consider gambling as a very lucrative business and very relaxing whenever you gamble and win. Gambling has also adversely wiped away our young generation. The youthful generation has been adversely affected in this gambling. I've looked through the bill and I comment on several clauses, but I only have one objection that I thought the committee should look into concerning the gambling security. I feel like for the new ventures or the startups, for example, 200 million is too much. We could create, if we reduce the price, we could still have opportunities for other startups. With this 200 million, for example, we are leaving for those who are only moneyed, and most of these companies are international companies, reaping a lot of money from our youthful generation and Kenyans here. Secondly, I was looking at, in the US, the tax rate is around 24%. Here, the bill is suggesting 15%. Gambling is not a so hard-earned cash. It's a soft-earned cash. And I thought 24% or anything above that should be taxed here. The rest of the money, that 24%, goes back to the government for other investments. Government acts as a only buffer zone for those who are devastated and those who have lost, those who are depressed and misled Kenyans who do gambling. So I thought increasing the percentage rate on the tax would even be better. Thirdly, I want to suggest that we stagger the tax rate. For example, based on gross income. Companies who get close to, say, $1 billion shillings on gambling, maybe would give it a higher percentage, say 50%. Those who have less gross income, you could give them up to 15%. So that is my suggestion. The way we tax the payee, that is a similar case that we need to do for the gambling companies. Lastly, what are the mitigations that these companies are putting forward so that they can at least mitigate on on the youth or the gamblers that are depressed, those who've lost hope. Gambling is two-way. I'm talking of the adverse effects of gambling. What are the mitigations that these companies have put forward? And I thought these mitigations must be included in this bill, so that either they would create psychosocial support desks to mitigate, because we've had a lot of depressions, a lot of suicidal cases where someone has done gambling, lost all the money, someone might have sold land, someone might have loaned, and all the money is just taken away like that through gambling. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I want to urge our youth out there, because we have lost a generation who are idle, lacking something to do. The only easy way is to do gambling. That don't gamble with your life. Gambling is not a good thing. The Bible doesn't actually, it's not considered a sin, but the adverse effects of gambling, especially when you lose, is devastating. I want to urge our youth so that they can get involved in more better ways of building the economy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Omboko Milemba.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And there are certain goods, Honorable Speaker, that have international craving. One of them is money. Another one, I had one member of parliament speak on it, prostitution or sex. But now the third one is gambling. Gambling is a very old thing, and regulating it is not easy. That by the 3000 BC in Mesopotamia, where most of the development began from, gambling had already begun. And Honorable Speaker, there are several types of gambling. We have the lottery games, we have casinos, we have sports betting, and of late, we have the online gambling, which is really thriving. But for the Muslim world, it's very easy because they have actually banned it. But what about the Christians? The Christians still condemn it. And I think in Timothy 1:69, they condemn gambling because the love of money is the beginning of evil. Also in Matthew 6:24, the Bible has also condemned gambling, that you cannot serve money and serve God. But however, controlling gambling can be very, very difficult. Gambling has 2-3 stages. I'll be very fast. The first stage, you go in and you win. So we have the winning phase. Then secondly, you are given the losing phase. And quickly, they take you to the desperate phase. And finally, they take you to the hopeless phase. So it is actually controlled by the owners of the gamble very, very, very keenly. And why do we have addicts of gambling? Usually, there is a body hormone that is released when you win. And that hormone is actually called the dopamine hormone, which makes you feel very good. But the owners of the gambling game know very well that once you win, dopamine is already in your body, and you'll always crave to feel like the same way you felt the first time. But of course, the laws of utility demands that once you have consumed once, twice, it's very difficult to get to the peak. And therefore, you'll have to gamble 1,000 times to have the same feeling you had when you won. So for me, there is also a cardinal rule about gambling, that you should never gamble with money that you can't afford. Unfortunately, most of the gamblers break this rule and gamble with money that they can't afford. And that's why they go to where they end up to. So for me, this bill is a good bill, because completely eradicating gambling in this country is difficult because it's online. The owners of the gamble machines and games can do it from offshore and still get to access to our people, our children, and so on and so forth. What we need to do moving forward is to make a tough threshold for those who want to gamble. For instance, 15% taxation is still even very low. Take it to about 60%, take it to about 70%, so that it is not easy for you to be licensed to gamble. After all, Honorable Speaker, partly why you can see our economy performing very badly is because that the companies that are gambling in this country are actually taking the money out of the country. And we need to take care of that. So I want to indicate, Honorable Speaker, that even as I support, we shall be making amendments. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
What's your point of order? Who's on a point of order? Waluke. Oh no, who? Kemei?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
You're on a point of order. What's your point of order?
I'm standing on Order 95.
Standing
Looking
order,
at the mood.
Standing order number 95.
Yes.
Yes.
Looking at the mood of the House,
Yes.
I pray that the mover to reply.
Order, honorable members. Honorable members, I now put the question that the mover to be called upon to reply. As men of that opinion say aye. Aye. As men of contrary opinion say no. No. The ayes have it.
Are you coming to reply?
Yes, the honorable majority leader.
Yes, yes. Honorable Speaker, in reply, I want to thank every person who has contributed, but most sincerely to also thank the committee that did a good job. As a country, we are at that threshold where we need a bill to regulate the gambling scene in this country. Honorable Speaker, many people, many young people, I know many young people now who even use their school fees to go gamble, and they lose their university places because they are gambling, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, to allow this scene of gambling just to prosper and just continue without regulation will be wrong on our part as leaders. So as leaders, Honorable Speaker, it is very important that we bring this law that regulates. But more importantly also, Mr. Speaker, we have had a problem in this country of the sliding of the shilling. The shilling has continued to slide because of the forces of supply and demand. A lot of the investors that come in to invest their money in gambling take out a lot of money in terms of dollars because of the profits they make, and therefore they cut away millions of shillings, therefore causing a slide on the shilling. If we regulate this, and I propose that whoever invests gets 30, government gets 70. 70% of the money remains here, so taken out of the country. It will help us to stabilize the dollar, and that is why we must regulate this. It's a multi-billion-dollar industry. But if not regulated, it can wreck a country. Even in the United States and other places where gambling takes place, it is properly regulated. In this country, we have allowed a free regime, and that free regime is wreaking havoc in this country. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, it is our duty as leaders to regulate this. I know some religious backgrounds are that gambling is bad. We can't ban it. This is a necessary sin that we must live with it. But the only thing we can do, Honorable Speaker, is to ensure that we regulate this industry and ensure that people, the country benefits from it, it is regulated, we minimize risks and ensure that we prosper as a country. The Honorable Ruko, I would like, if you allow me, to donate to him only 1 minute.
Proceed.
Only one.
Honorable Ruku, you have 1 minute.
Only one, so that...
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for that. Mr. Speaker, this bill will help to bring sanity in the gambling sector. The bill will also regularize and set uniform standards for registration, licensing, operation and closure of gambling companies. This bill, Mr. Speaker, will protect the gambling companies from unnecessary exploitative forms which comes from police sometimes, and also it will have proper conflict resolution structures put in place to reduce social and health problem associated with unregulated exploitative gambling which we have seen in the past. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, that's why I support this bill. Thank you. 1 minute.
Yeah, ordinarily, honorable members, and I'm saying this also for the benefit of the leader of the majority and the deputy leader, ordinarily, when you want to donate, you donate before you reply. Then you reply. But the chair is willing to give that small leeway. The chair wishes it was actually on the floor to contribute on this, but be that as it may, it's very happy with what you have said. Capital flight out of this country because of betting can also wreck our currency in here. But anyway, now that you have replied, I don't think you have any opportunity to give to anybody else, but then we will have to put the question at another time. Now we go for next order.
Order number 10, Committee of the Whole House.
Order, members. We are in the Committee of the Whole for the Conflict of Interest Bill, National Assembly Bill number 12 of 2023.
Clause 3.
I propose a question that Clause 3 be part of the bill. Mover? Chair. The Chair, Justice and Legal Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I propose that Clause 3 of the bill be amended as shown on the order paper. The rationale is that for purposes of clarifying and aligning of the objects of the bill with the provisions of Article 73 and 75 of the Constitution, which deal with ethics of public officers.
Very well. I propose the question that Clause 3 be amended as proposed by the Chair. I now put the question that Clause 3 be amended as proposed by the Chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that Clause 3 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 4.
I propose the question that Clause 4 be part of the bill. I now put the question that Clause 4 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 5.
I propose the question that Clause 5 be part of the bill. Chair, Jailak.
May I please you, Madam Chairperson? I propose that Clause 5 of the bill be amended as shown on the order paper. The rationale is that we have to allow reporting authorities that are responsible for public officers to administer the provisions of the bill. It is not only EACC, but also reporting authorities.
Thank you. I propose the question that Clause 5 be amended as proposed by the Chair. I now put the question that Clause 5 be amended as proposed by the Chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that Clause 5 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 6.
I propose the question that Clause 6 be part of the bill. Chair Jailak.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I propose that Clause 6 of the bill be amended as shown on the order paper. The rationale is that we have to empower the EACC with an additional function with regard to conflict of interest matters. And number 2, we have to delete a function already provided for under Section 55 of the Anti-Corruption and Economic Crimes Act 2003. That is the rationale.
I propose the question that Clause 6 be amended as proposed by the Chair. I now put the question that clause 6 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 6 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 7.
I propose the question that clause 7 be part of the bill. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I propose that clause 7 of the bill be amended as shown on the order paper. The rationale is this: we have to align the powers of the EACC, that is the Commission, under the Act with the provisions of Article 252 of the Constitution.
That's good. I propose the question that clause 7 be amended as proposed by the chair. I now put the question that clause 7 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 7 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 8.
I propose the question that clause 8 be part of the bill. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I propose that clause 8 be amended as shown on the order paper, and the justification is that we have to clarify what constitutes conflict of interest as a novert act done by a public officer to benefit of private interests. That is the clarification we are trying to draw in between with a new provision.
I therefore propose the question that clause 8 be amended as proposed by the chair. I now put the question that clause 8 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 8 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 9.
I propose the question that clause 9 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 9 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 10.
I propose the question that clause 10 be part of the bill. Chair.
Madam Chairperson, I propose that clause 10 be amended as shown on the order paper, and the justification is this: we have to clarify the state of mind applicable to the offense of conflict of interest in decision making. Is first-hand knowledge by a public officer that a decision shall place them in a position of conflict of interest. The deletion avoids speculative victimization of public officers where we are not sure what they have done. Thank you, Madam Chairperson.
Thank you. I now propose the question that clause 10 be part of the bill. I propose the question that clause 10 be amended as proposed by the chair. I now put the question that clause 10 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 10 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 11.
I propose the question that clause 11 be part of the bill. Chair.
Thank you very much. Having had a discussion with the leader of majority, I'm persuaded to drop my proposed amendment and allow the leader of majority to propose to prosecute his proposed amendment.
Thank you. On record, Majority Leader. Who is keeping the Majority Leader busy?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, is indeed true. We have consulted with the Honorable Murugara and agreed that in place of his amendment, I move mine, principally because the 11.1 is what is actually provided for in our own standing orders. And standing orders being subsidiary legislation is now just coming into statute, lifted from our standing orders as it is. On 2, Honorable Speaker, this would have limited our freedom of speech and debate as members of parliament or members of our county assemblies. Therefore, I propose to delete subclause 2 and substitute thereof with a new subclause as it is on the order paper that basically says that a member of parliament or a member of county assembly who makes a declaration under subsection 1 shall not use any information obtained by the member in the discharge of the member's constitutional role to advance the member's private interest, just in line with the objects of a bill, that we are not saying we are sacred cows, we will declare interest, but we will not be stopped from debating. You can debate, but you shall not use any information that you get from the conduct of your normal business as a member of parliament to advance private interests, and that will cater for that. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. I therefore propose the question that clause 11 be amended as proposed by the Leader of Majority. I now put the question that clause 11 be amended as proposed by the Leader of Majority. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The ayes have it. The import of that amendment is that Honorable Samuel Chepkonga's amendment then falls. So I will put the global question. I now put the question that clause 11 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 12.
I propose the question that clause 12 be part of the bill. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. I propose that clause 12 for the bill be amended as shown on the order paper. What then we are trying to do is where you give preferential treatment in good faith, that is, you are trying to assist a disabled person or a person who has some inability of some sort, then that cannot constitute an offense, and it will be a suitable defense if at all you are charged in court.
Thank you. I propose the question that clause 12 be amended as proposed by the chair. I now put the question that clause 12 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 12 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 13.
I propose the question that clause 13 be part of the bill. Chair.
Thank you very much. I propose that clause 13 be amended as shown on the order paper, and the rationale is that we have to make this very clear. The clause applies to misuse of official information obtained in the course of official duty by any person. That is why we have made the amendment.
Thank you. I therefore propose the question that clause 13 be amended as proposed by the chair. I now put the question that clause 13 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 13 be as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 14.
I propose the question that clause 14 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 14 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 15.
I propose the question that clause 15 be part of the bill. Honorable Shakil Shabir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I propose that the bill be amended by deleting clause 15. The rationale of this is that these clauses already exist in the Leadership and Integrity Act 2012, and particularly in section 14 and 23. The Leadership and Integrity Act 2012 was established to give effect and establish the procedures and mechanisms for effective administration of Chapter 6 of the Constitution and for connected purposes. This bill should fortify the mandate of existing legislation such as the Leadership and Integrity Act through comprehensive provisions that address conflict of interest as an aspect of wrongdoing by public officers. The purpose of the Leadership and Integrity Act is to ensure that public officers respect the values, principles, and requirements of the Constitution. While related to this, the Conflict of Interest Bill, which we support, intends to focus on one specific aspect relating to the integrity of public officers. and that is the management of conflict interests. That is why we oppose.
I therefore propose the question that clause 15 be deleted as proposed by Honorable Shakil Shabir. Chair Jailak.
Thank you very much. Madam Chairperson, I'm opposed to the proposal by Honorable Shakil. Clause 15 is extremely elaborate on offers of outside employment. We discussed at length, and eventually we agreed that the only reporting that must be done in writing is to the reporting authority and not to the commission. So we have a proposed amendment to it, otherwise it's a good provision.
Okay. I now put the question that clause 15 be deleted as proposed by Honorable Shakil. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The nays have it. I now put the question that clause 15 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 15 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes. We will retake that. We'll give Honorable, there is a proposed amendment by the Chair, Jailak. Chair, yes, please prosecute.
Thank you very much. As I've alluded to in my speech in opposing the proposal by Honorable Shakir, this is an elaborate provision on offers of outside employment, and therefore I propose that clause 15 be amended as shown on the order paper by deleting the word commission, which appears therein. The rationale is this: to require a public officer who accepts an offer of outside employment that is not incompatible with his or her official duties to only report that acceptance to his or her reporting authority. You don't have to go to the commission.
Thank you, Chair. I therefore propose the question that clause 15 be amended as proposed by the Chair. I now put the question that clause 15 be amended as proposed by the Chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 15 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 16.
I propose the question that clause 16 be part of the bill. Honorable Shakil.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I propose that clause 16 be amended. It be amended by deleting clause 16. The rationale is the same. While we acknowledge the need to harmonize the two laws, that's the conflict of interest and the other law, we feel that the bill should not be allowed to water down the Leadership and Integrity 2012, which remains in effect and has been instrumental in holding public officers accountable for their action while in office. Madam Chair, we've discussed this with the chair of the JLAC, and I do plead with him to consider the proposal that we have made. Thank you.
Thank you. I propose the question that clause 16 be amended as proposed by Honorable Shakil. I propose the question that clause 16 be deleted as proposed by Honorable Shakil. I now put the question that clause 16, hold on, we prosecute this first. If it is carried, yours will automatically fall. If it's not, then you'll prosecute your amendment. I therefore put the question that clause 16 be deleted as proposed by Honorable Shakil. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The nays have it. Chair, you have another amendment?
Yes, I propose that clause 16 of the bill be amended as proposed on the order paper. The clause deals with the gifts and the other benefits. The proposal is that we should leave the burden or obligation on only the public officer and not members of the family or relatives, because really This law applies only to public officers.
I therefore propose the question that clause 16 be amended as proposed by the chair. I now put the question that clause 16 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 16 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 17.
I propose the question that clause 17 be part of the bill. Honorable Shakil.
I propose, Madam Chair, that the bill be amended by deleting clause 17. To save time, I have already given the rationale. The rationale remains the same. We do not want to water down the leadership and integrity bill 2012, and we want to make sure that we fortify existing legislations. Thank
Very
you,
well.
Madam.
I propose the question that clause 17 be deleted as proposed by Honorable Shakir. I now put the question that clause 17 be amended as be deleted as proposed by Honorable Shabir. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The nays have it. I now put the question that clause 17 as amended. No. I now put the question that clause 17 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 18.
I propose the question that clause 18 be part of the bill. Honorable Shabir.
Madam Chair, I propose that the bill be amended by deleting clause 18. The rationale remains the same. I don't want to waste the House time to keep reading the same rationale. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Shabir. I propose the question that clause 18 be deleted as proposed by Honorable Shabir. I now put the question that clause 18 be deleted as proposed by Honorable Shabir. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The nays have it. Chair Jailak, you have an amendment?
I have a proposal to amend clause 18, and I propose that clause 18 be amended as shown on the order paper. We have made certain deletions. The rationale is that we have to limit the application of the clause on gifting and other benefits only to public officers. Anybody else who gets gifted and it's corrupt, there is adequate law to deal with that person.
Thank you. I therefore propose the question that clause 18 be amended as proposed by the chair. I now put the question that clause 18 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 18 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 19.
I propose the question that clause 19 be part of the bill. Chair.
Yes. Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. I propose that clause 19 be amended as shown on the order paper. And the rationale is that, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong, clause 19.
Clause 19.
Yes, the rationale is that we have to prohibit only public officers from contracting with the public bodies in which they are employed. It doesn't extend to family members or relatives, because if this is going to affect whatever he's doing, it will be dealt with under different realm of law. But to the public officer, we must prohibit them from contracting with the public bodies in which they are employed.
Thank you. I propose the question that clause 19 be amended as proposed by the chair. I now put the question that clause 19 be amended as proposed. Kindly have your cards. Honorable Mwangi Kionjuri, do you intend to speak to this amendment? Or your card just got on, not even where you're seated? Okay. Majority Leader. Honorable Mwenje.
Thank you, Chair. I'm also trying to understand, perhaps the chairman can clarify. I don't know whether substituting the words that he's trying to do makes sense to this amendment. I think I'd want him to clarify a bit further. Perhaps is what the majority leader also wanted to clarify on. Thank you.
Majority leader.
Actually, I was more lost, but I am found by the chair. I think maybe just to clarify for Honorable Mwenje's interest, he says on 19.1 that a public officer shall not be a party to or beneficiary of contract for the supply of goods, works, or services with any reporting entity. So we are deleting with any and replacing with his or her reporting agency. So you cannot transact with your reporting entity, but you are not being debarred from contracting with any. For instance, if you work in Parliament, you may not contract with Parliament, but you can contract with the Ministry of Interior.
All right, honorable members, I will now propose the question. I will put the question that clause 19 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I will now put the question that clause 19 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 20, 21, 22, and 23.
I propose the question that clauses 20, 21, 22, and 23 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clauses 20, 21, 22, and 23 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 24.
I propose the question that clause 24 be part of the bill. Chair.
Yes. Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. I propose that clause 24 be amended as shown on the order paper. And the rationale is this, because this is on reporting conflict of interest. Conflict of interests should be accessible to the public in line with the Access to Information Act 2016 with necessary safeguards. It was quite open, and therefore we felt it may fall into bad hands, and we introduced the Act, Access to Information Act, which protects access to information.
Thank you. I propose the question that clause 24 be amended as proposed by the chair. I now put the question that clause 24 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 24 is amended, be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 25.
I propose the question that clause 25 be part of the bill. Honorable Shakil Shabir.
Madam Chair, I propose that clause number 25 be deleted. The rationale is absolutely the same, that we need to not water down the leadership and integrity bill.
Thank you. I propose the question that clause 25 be deleted as proposed by Honorable Shabir. I now put the question that clause 25 be deleted as proposed by Honorable Shabir. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The nays have it. We have another proposed amendment by the chair.
I do have a proposal to amend, and I propose that clause 25 of the bill be amended as shown on the order paper. And the rationale, what we are doing is to define what political activity one can engage in, so that we have to add the need for political neutrality in carrying out public duties. The proposal is engage in political activity that may compromise or be seen to compromise the political neutrality of his or her office. So we are saying public officers should actually be neutral.
I therefore propose the question that clause, hold on. I therefore propose the question that clause 25 be amended as proposed by the chair. This is the point we have some debate if you're interested, after I propose the question. Honorable Timothy.
Chair, in the proposed amendment of clause 25, Chair, we have opened avenues because they are saying an appointed officer other than a cabinet secretary or a member of a county executive shall not engage in a political activity that may compromise or be seen to compromise the political neutrality of his or her office. Chair, why are we, the chair needs to explain, why are we excluding cabinet secretary and county executive committee member not to engage in political activities, yet ideally, public officer, cabinet secretaries and CECs should be part. They should be defined as public officers. Chair, we are trying to bring in CSS and CECs from engaging in political activities. Chair, we should expunge that amendment.
I'll give Honorable Mutuse.
Just to clarify, even under the Leadership and Integrity Act today, that provision is there, that CECs and cabinet secretaries are allowed to do politics. And the basic reasoning is that they are political appointees, and they must propagate the agenda of the government in power. So we are carrying the same provision, but also adding an amendment to ensure that whatever political activity you do should not be able to balkanize the country.
Honorable members, kindly use your cards, because especially the ones who are seated where I can't see you. I'll give Honorable Makali Mulu first.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I listened to my friends, they talk about political neutrality, where you're excluding the CECs and the ministers and all that. But the truth of the matter, Honorable Speaker, is that these people work under the ones we are excluding. So for me, I'm not sure whether the word political neutrality has any meaning in this law. Because at the end of the day, people will take instructions from their bosses, and they are likely to go by the words of their bosses. I submit.
Next chance to Honorable Moses Kirima. Do you wish to speak to this? If not, Honorable Njeri Maina.
Honorable Speaker, let the CSs and CECs do the work that they were appointed to do. Let them leave politicking to the politicians who are representatives of the people. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Lelmengit.
Thank you, Chair. In my view,
I will hear a few members, then I will give the chair to clarify. Honorable Joseph.
Thank you, Chair. In my view, as much as the CSS are giving government policies, I want to suggest that they should not politic at all. Thank you, Mr. the Chair.
I'll hear Honorable Shakil.
Thank you very much. I'm surprised. Now, this was what you were complaining about in the last election, when the Minister Matiang'i and others were going around campaigning. You complained about this, and I feel that it's very important that ministers and CECs concentrate on the responsibilities that they've been given by their employer, either the head of state or the governor. Now, remember, not all county governments are under the KK partnership. So you might want to find out that if CECs of an opposing coalition now start getting into politics, I plead with my colleagues that let the minister's main job and the CEC's main job is to execute the will of the employer, but not to politicize. If he wishes to politicize, he should leave the position of CEC and cabinet minister and become a politician like us.
Okay.
If you allow him to do that, Mr. Chair, half of the people are going to be mishandled, and you will be crying that the minister is now trying to undermine you guys.
Well said.
So I suggest that we do not allow this.
Honorable
Thank you.
Kaluma.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, CECs are ministers in the county government. Cabinet secretaries are ministers in the executive. They are public servants. They implement government functions and implement budgets passed by parliaments. And that budget should be implemented to serve all Kenyans, whatever your political party, whatever your political opinion. CECs and cabinet secretaries can propagate government policies, but Chair, they cannot be allowed to engage in politics. I urge members to reject this particular amendment. It's a dangerous amendment.
Honorable members, we are saying the same thing. Before I give the chair, I will give majority leader and I'll give the chair. But before that, honorable members, kindly note the amendment on the floor is in part C of the bill. Engage in political activity that may compromise or be seen to compromise the political neutrality of his or her office. So I'll give majority leader, then I will give the chair. Majority leader.
Yeah. Honorable Chair, I just want to beg members, including the Honorable Kaluma, to listen to me, because he has simply not been listening to what the Honorable Mutuse has been telling him. First, there was an early amendment on 25 to delete the entire of 25, which was defeated. The proposal by the chair is to add a proviso, part C, that shall not, in the performance of his duties, engage in political activity that may compromise or be seen to compromise the political neutrality of his office or her office. Is a proviso tidying it up. Therefore, in actual sense, what I hear members arguing against, it has been provided for, so you support this to achieve what you do not want. So it's that simple, Honorable Chair. And I think it's just a misunderstanding and people being
All right,
emotional.
Honorable Chair, final clarification.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. I think members have to read the entire clause so that they understand what we are doing. And what we are trying to say is CECs and CSCs are the people who espouse government policy. And that may be misconstrued to be politics when it is not. But what we are doing with this is, as far as public servants are concerned, and these ones are, with the exception, the 3 subclauses must apply to them. Therefore, the amendment I propose is actually to strengthen clause 25 further.
Honorable Mwenje.
Thank you, Chair. Mine is just a concern that I wanted the chairman to clarify on. And I believe he's got enough experience now to know that when we might pass something here, then you end up in court of law. How do you reconcile this clause with Article 38 of the Constitution on political rights? Are you not once again trying to limit the issue of political rights with an act of parliament, and then there's a provision under the Constitution, and very soon you'll have this act being set aside purely on such an oversight? So to me, that is my concern with regards to this provision. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable members, we have ventilated enough. I now put the question that clause 25 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 25 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 26.
I propose the question that clause 26 be part of the bill. We have Honorable Shakil.
Madam Chair, I withdraw my objection.
All right, if Honorable Shakil has withdrawn his proposed deletion, I will now propose the question that, I will now put the question that clause 26 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 27.
I propose the question that clause 27 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 27 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 28.
I propose the question that clause 28 be part of the bill. Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Madam Chairperson, I propose that clause 28 be amended as shown on the order paper, and we have shown exactly what is to be deleted and what is to be placed therein. The rationale is that we have to clarify the prohibition on the employment activities of a public officer which apply after they leave the public service, instead of the word preceding. Thank you.
I therefore propose the question that clause 28 be amended as proposed by the chair. I now put the question that clause 28 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 28 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 29.
I propose the question that clause 29 be part of the bill. I now propose put the question that clause 29 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 30.
I propose the question that clause 30 be part of the bill. Chairperson.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I propose that clause 30 be amended as shown on the order paper, and the rationale is as follows. We have to exempt members of parliament and members of county assemblies from the provisions of the clause on account of the freedom of speech and debate in legislative proceedings. The Standing Orders and the Provisions of Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Act 2017 and the County Assembly's Powers and Privileges Act 2017 provide adequately on the manner of declaring interests. We've also to require public officers to declarations of recusal to their reporting authority, which in turn transmits them to the ESCC. What we are saying in essence is that where you make recusals, and those recusals are in writing, you don't go to ESCC first. You go to your reporting authority, then the reporting authority will be under an obligation to transmit that to the ESCC.
I therefore propose the question that clause 30 be amended as proposed by the chair. Okay, I now put the question that clause 30 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. The import of that amendment is that the proposed amendment by the Leader of Majority and that by Honorable Samuel Chepkonga automatically fall. So I will put the global question that clause 30, I now put the question that clause 30 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 31.
I propose the question that clause 31 be part of the bill. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. I propose that clause 31 of the bill be amended as shown on the order paper. We've set out what is to be done, what is the rationale. To limit the clause to the affairs of a public officer and his or her dependent children only, not spouses, not wives, not anybody else. Also, we've to maintain the existing model of declarations to entities that directly supervise the conduct and the ethics of the various categories of public officers, as the ESCC lacks sufficient capacity to process the declarations of all public officers. This was a responsibility which the Act was given to EACC alone. Now we are actually devolving this to the reporting agencies, as we do today, so that Parliament, we can do it here, PSC and everywhere else, while other people will go to what we have done in the next proposed amendments, and then in that way, EACC is able to handle the little work that goes to it. Otherwise, it doesn't have the capacity.
Allow me to propose the question. I propose the question that clause 31 be amended as proposed by the chair. Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, I've listened to the amendment by the chair on behalf of the committee, and I agree with him that all your other relatives, and since we even, there's an amendment on the definition of relatives, but I see he's leaving dependent children and removing the spouse, and I'm just wondering whether your spouse is part of you, or whether your spouse could be construed to be part of your assets or your liabilities. Because I think under the current system, and I could be corrected if I'm wrong, you declare your assets, what you own as an individual, and also what you own jointly with your spouse, and even what your spouse owns. And probably, because I have been declaring my assets, and I have been doing it that way, even what my spouse owns. Because if we remove spouse, then it means public officers can transfer all corruptly acquired assets to their spouses, which they will never need to declare. And since the spouse may not be a public officer, they are never required to make a declaration. I would really want to plead with the chair to return the word spouse or spouses. So that it covers your children under 18 years, dependent children, and also your spouse or spouses.
Honorable Shakil.
Thank you. I agree with the majority leader on in the point of spouses. Some of us may have more than one spouse. But there is one other element that we seem to have forgotten. The come we stay. Under the Marriage Act, if you are staying or cohabiting in any way with the alternative sex, especially a woman, she is considered your spouse, or the man is considered your spouse. If there are the cases that public officers have not declared those who have they been living with for a number of years, who are considered spouses under the Marriage Act, I think we need to cover that particular aspect, because what happens is they might be putting these assets in the name of the come we stay partner who is not considered, who is not called a spouse under this particular act, but under the Marriage Act, they're very much given the same status as spouse. So as much as I support the majority leader, I ask that the come we stay arrangement, ladies and spouses be considered as spouse.
I don't know exactly what the Marriage Act says in terms of registration. Honorable Mark Mwenje.
Thank you, Chair. I think perhaps if I can assist my senior, I think the term he was looking for is cohabitee. That would be the term. But Honorable Chair, I think I would tend to agree with the leader of majority, because we have cases that we're investigating, are currently being investigated by the EACC, DCI, where assets have been hidden, public officers who have been investigated, and these assets have been found to be registered under their spouses or relatives' names. So I think we really need to look at this provision once again, Chair, that I think we shouldn't leave it out. The matter is sub judice in Kiambu. but for those who understand the cases that have been going on in Kiambu County relating to a former governor will understand exactly what I'm trying to say. Thank you, Chair.
Before I give other interventions, Chair Jailak, kindly clarify on this and also indicate if you'd be willing to move any further amendment on the same.
No. I've listened to the leader of majority and I've used my own conscience. The truth is, if my wife is not a public officer, she is not going to do the declaration. And therefore, no, she's not going to do any declaration under any of the laws. This law and the leadership and integrity, she will not make any declaration. The net effect is that a corrupt public officer will launder the property through his wife, the spouse, or through the husband, whoever it is. So, in my view, I believe, I'm convinced, and I wish to drop the proposed amendment.
Chair, are you confirming you want to drop, you dropping A and B? Both? Do you want to amend both?
This is clause number 31. The one we are dropping is on A. Yes.
Because from the amendments on the order paper, Chair, there is A, then there is B. In subclause 4, by deleting paragraph C, are you dropping that amendment?
That we are,
A is remaining.
It is A that we are actually dropping, and B
and you're
remains.
prosecuting B.
Prosecuting B, which is justified by my second statement that we have to maintain the existing model of declarations to entities that directly supervise the conduct and ethics of various categories of public officers. As the ESCC lacks that particular, that is, for purposes of section, material change means marital status. Yes, that's what we are doing. Absolutely. That part of purposes of this section, material change is when it comes to marital status, ceases to be marital status. So it's not material per se. So let me drop A and maintain B, which means I delete subparagraph C.
Honorable Chair, hold on. Chair, I'm giving you some time to consult with your legal team also. Yeah, consult. Honorable. Are we back on track?
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. I wish to move that clause 31 be amended in an amended version such that we will have it as shown in order paper. Every public officer shall submit to their responsible commission, that's the amendment we propose, a declaration of his or her income, assets and liabilities, and the income, assets and liabilities of his or her spouse or her dependent children. So what we are amending is purely responsible commission. And this means this, that the responsible commission, we are moving away from ESCC. We do not have to report to ESCC. We will report to our own commissions and reporting entities, or then if it becomes necessary, they can go to ESCC.
Chair.
So this insulates members against ESCC.
Clarify for me.
Yes.
Do you say, and the income, assets, and liabilities of his or her spouse?
Yes.
And or?
Yes.
And spouse with an S in brackets?
Yeah, all spouses.
Yes.
And his dependent children.
And or. And or.
And or. No, it should be and.
And.
Yeah, and his dependent children.
Okay.
Of under the age of 18 years. Yes, that's what we want to do. So the amendment per se is on the word responsible. And we insulate responsible commission.
Okay.
Yes, we insulate everybody from going to ESCC.
Okay. Majority Leader, is that your point?
Yes, Chair. That's what I wanted to clarify. That now the responsible commission, other than everybody reporting to ESCC, parliamentarians deposit theirs with the Parliamentary Service Commission, judiciary deposit theirs with the Judicial Service Commission, just to avoid the possibility of creating a behemoth of a commission where those things can be misused.
Okay, honorable members, Chair, kindly, Chairperson, kindly read the amendment word for word for the record. And just to clarify, members, if this amendment is carried, the amendment of Honorable Chepkonga will automatically fall. So kindly read the actual amendment.
Now, the amendment to 31(1), it would read as follows. Every public officer shall submit to the responsible commission a declaration of the income, assets, and liabilities of himself, his spouse or spouses, and his dependent children under the age of 18 years.
That's okay. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 31 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye?
Aye.
Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I will now put the question that clause 31 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye?
Aye.
Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 32.
I propose the question that clause 32 be part of the bill. Honorable Chepkonga, if not in the House, it is dropped, then we will consider it without amendments. I propose the question, I put the question that clause 32 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 33.
I propose the question that clause 33 be part of the bill. Chair.
Thank you very much. Madam Chairperson, I propose that clause 33 be amended as shown on the order paper. And the rationale is this. We have to maintain the existing model of declarations to entities that directly supervise the conduct and the ethics of the various categories of public officers and require clarification to be made within 30 days. Really, that is self-explanatory with the proposed amendments.
Thank you. I now propose the question that clause 33 be amended as proposed by the chair. And the import of this amendment is that if it is carried, the amendment by Honorable Chepkonga automatically falls. I now put the question that clause 33 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 33 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 34.
I propose the question that clause 34 be part of the bill. There is a proposed amendment by the chair.
Yes. Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. I propose that clause 34 be amended as shown on the order paper. We have proposed a bit of that, and the rationale we give is as follows. To require the request for access to declarations be made to the various reporting agencies, because the original text is that we should be making the request to EACC. Now the requests will have to be made by EACC to the reporting entities. Number two, we have to include the due process safeguards on the access of declarations under provision. What we are trying to do is to ensure that nobody is malicious, nobody acts outside the law. Due process must actually be followed when requesting for these declarations. Thank you.
I therefore propose the question that clause 34 be amended as proposed by the chair. Honorable members, again, the import of this is that the proposed amendment by Honorable Chepkonga will automatically fall. I now put the question that clause 34 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 34 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 35.
I propose the question that clause 35 be part of the bill. Chair.
Thank you very much. I propose that clause 35 be amended as shown on the order paper. It's a small amendment so that we are able to introduce the word responsible. And then the rationale is that we have to maintain the existing model of declarations to entities that directly supervise the conduct and ethics of the various categories of public officers. We are trying to harmonize so that we do not leave this to EACC alone.
I therefore propose the question that clause 35 be amended as proposed by the chair. Again, the import of this is that Honorable Chepkonga's amendment falls if this is carried. I now put the question that clause 35 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 35 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 36.
I propose the question that clause 36 be part of the bill. Chair.
Thank you very much. Chairperson, I propose that clause 36 be amended as shown on the order paper. And the rationale is that we have to remove the requirement of paying criminal fines to the EACC. That's what the clause is, that we have to pay some fines if you're in breach to EACC, which really cannot be the case.
Thank you. I propose the question that clause 36 be amended as proposed by the chair. Again, the same import on Honorable Chepkonga's will fall if this is carried. I now put the question that clause 36 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 36 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 37.
I propose the question that clause 37 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 37 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 38.
I propose the question that clause 38 be part of the bill. Chair.
Yes. Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. Madam Chairperson, I propose that clause 38 be amended as shown on the order paper, which is a deletion. The rationale is this. The bill has already defined what constitutes a conflict of interest and provided adequate penal sanctions for any public officer who contravenes the provisions on declaration of interest, recusal, and conferring public benefits for private interests where appropriate, forcibly requiring an individual who strictly observes the preceding clauses of the bill To divest himself or herself of assets would therefore be unfair and undermine socio-economic rights. This is where you are required, you are appointed, you have these assets, some of which you have to divest because they may create a conflict. We have provided enough safeguards and there is no point of divesting. So that's why I propose a deletion.
I now propose the question that clause 38 be deleted as proposed by the chair. Honorable Shakil.
As much as I agree that the diversion may not be the right thing, in the United States and other such countries, a public officer who has a private interest does not necessarily have to diverge that. Like the Trump, he actually gave the authority of dealing with that particular asset to somebody else. So I think the idea would be that he may not be able to deal with it. He does not have to doesn't have to liquidate it, but can be given somebody else the authority to control it on his behalf.
Honorable Mwenje.
Thank you, Chair. I don't know why the Chair is deleting this. I liked this provision the way it was, because it creates another level of security. So I'd ask the Chair to reconsider his amendment and just retain it the way it is. Even if he feels he's provided for it somewhere else, it's just another layer of protection. And more importantly, it does not contradict any other provision within this bill.
Honorable Mutuse.
To support the amendment that has been moved by the chair is that members need to understand the requirement in this provision is that if you are elected as a member of parliament or you are appointed as a public officer and you already own property or you have businesses that are running, you are required to divest. What does divesting mean? That number one, within 90 days, you sell them, arm's length. You are not involved in the selling, you sell your properties, you sell your businesses to other people. Number two, you create what they are calling a blind trust. A blind trust is a trust where you are not in control to manage your properties for the period that you are in public office. And the thinking is that it is rather utopian. And number two, we have created enough safeguards so that within the law, you cannot confer yourself a benefit. And because the purpose of conflict of interest is so that you do not confer yourself a benefit, and we have already enough safeguards in the bill, we think that it may be too overreaching. It may actually be criminalizing public service, so that it appears that being a public servant, a state officer or a public officer is itself criminal, that you are not supposed to own anything. For as long as you declare, and for as long as you follow the other provisions, we think this is rather too much, and that's why we are requesting that the House adopts our recommendation that we delete, such that we can continue with our enterprises, you can continue owning your property for as long as it doesn't conflict with your public duty.
All right, honorable members, can I put the question? I now put the question that clause 38 be deleted as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 39.
I propose the question that clause 39 be part of the bill. Chair?
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. Clause 39 is also to be deleted, and the reasoning is exactly the same. This is where you have to divest by sale, or you have to do implied trust. We are saying we have sufficient records. We have provided for conflict of interest, and therefore we need not go into all this. And also let a public servant, who possibly was a private person, continue to own the properties he owned. If he breaches any of the provisions herein as regards conflict, he's going to be punished.
Thank you. I propose the question that clause 39 be deleted as proposed by the chair. Honorable Mutuse.
Sorry, we are just consulting, Madam Chair, and we were thinking because the fate of all the clauses from 39 to 47 is the same and they are speaking to the same subject, if it is procedurally correct that you call all of them at once.
No, not possible, Honorable Mutuse. We have to be procedural. We have to follow the procedure. So we will put each question separately. So I now put the question that clause 39 be deleted as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 40.
I propose the question that clause 40 be part of the bill. Move, Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. I propose that clause 40 be amended as proposed on the order paper.
No.
Sorry.
Yes? Wait. Is it an amendment or a deletion?
You know, we first introduced it as an amendment, then I say it's a deletion. Yes, that clause 40 be amended as shown on the order paper, which is a proposal that the entire clause be deleted, and the rationale is just as given for clauses 38 and 39.
I therefore propose the question that clause 40 be deleted as proposed by the chair. I put the question that clause 40 be deleted as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 41.
I propose the question that clause 41 be part of the bill. Chair.
Thank you very much. I propose that clause 41 be amended as is shown on the order paper, which is proposing a deletion of clause 41. The rationale is just the same as above, that we have already provided enough safeguards for this.
I propose the question that clause 41 be deleted as proposed by the chair. I now put the question that clause 41 be deleted as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. No shortcuts.
Clause 42.
I propose the question that clause 42 be part of the bill. Chair.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I propose that clause 42 be amended as shown on the order paper, which is a proposal that it be entirely deleted. Rationale is just as I've explained above.
Honorable, I now propose the question that clause 42 be deleted as proposed by the chair. I now put the question that clause 42 be deleted as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 43.
I propose the question that clause 43 be part of the bill. Chair.
Thank you very much. I propose that clause 43 be amended as shown on the order paper. A proposal to delete clause 43. The rationale is just as I've justified above.
I propose the question that clause 43 be deleted as proposed by the chair. I now put the question that clause 43 be deleted as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 44.
I propose the question that clause 44 be part of the bill. Chair.
Thank you very much. I propose that clause 44 be amended as shown on the order paper, which is a proposal that we delete clause 44. The rationale takes the same format as above.
I therefore propose the question that clause 44 be deleted as proposed by the chair. I put the question that clause 44 be deleted as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 45.
I propose the question that clause 45 be part of the bill. Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I propose that clause 45 be amended as shown on the order paper. The rationale is just as we have given above.
I therefore propose the question that clause 45 be deleted as proposed by the chair. I put the question that clause 45 be deleted as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 46.
I propose the question that clause 46 be part of the bill. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. I propose that clause 46 be amended as shown on the order paper, which is a proposal we delete the entire clause. Rationale is as we've given above.
I propose the question that clause 46 be deleted as proposed by the chair. I now put the question that clause 46 be deleted as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 47.
I propose the question that clause 47 be part of the bill. Chair.
Thank you very much. I propose that clause 47 be amended as shown on the order paper, which is a proposal that we entirely delete it, and the rationale again abides by what we have stated above.
I propose the question that clause 47 be deleted as proposed by the chair. Again, there is a proposed amendment by Honorable Chepkonga. If this amendment by the chair is carried, Honorable Chepkonga's amendment automatically falls. Honorable Mark Mwenje.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I've waited to allow the chairman to move his amendments for this entire part because he intended to delete the entire section. But honestly, I believe this bill was better off with this part retained. I think that committee had come up with a very good proposal on how to deal with this matter, but I think it's a disservice deleting this entire section. And I don't know why the chair agreed to delete this entire section. I'm starting to feel he has an ill motive. Who is he protecting? Why would you delete a section that would have protected the wealth of Kenyans and prevent us from corruption? So I think, Chair, honestly, I think you really need to have reconsidered these deletions that you've just done. Thank you.
Chair. Honorable Mutuse.
Thank you.
Totally out of it.
Thank you very much. Honorable Chair, I have listened to Honorable Mwenje, and what he's saying actually does make a lot of sense, because I'm deleting for the entire part, while actually we have only deleted some sections of the part. There are other sections that have remained, and therefore it is good to establish this administrative mechanisms, policy, and what have you. So,
are you on record withdrawing the amendment?
Yes, I wish to go on record as withdrawing my proposed amendment.
All right, then I will now put the question that clause 47 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 48.
I propose the question that clause 48 be part of the bill. Chair?
Yes. Thank you very much. Madam Chairperson, I propose that clause 48 be amended as is shown on the order paper, which is to introduce a new subsection 2, reading as follows. A reporting authority and the commission shall not conduct concurrent investigations over the same complaint. The rationale is that we have to prevent reporting authorities and the ESCC, all of them raiding on one person just because one other person complained against that one person. So this is a safeguard we are putting in.
Okay. I therefore propose the question that clause 48 be amended as proposed by the chair. I put the question that clause 48 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 48 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 49.
I propose the question that clause 49 be part of the bill. Chair.
Responsible. Thank you very much. Madam Chairperson, I propose that clause 49 be amended as shown on the order paper with the new introduction we are doing here. The rationale is that we have to extend the application of the clause to include reporting authorities whom we have brought to par with the ESCC. So both of them have to apply these clauses.
Thank you. I therefore propose a question that clause 49 be amended as proposed by the chair. I now put the question that clause 49 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 49 is amended, be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 50.
I propose the question that clause 50 be part of the bill. Chair.
Honorable Chairperson, I propose that clause 50 be amended as proposed on the order paper, and the rationale after this introduction we have made is to clarify that an officer suspended under the clause shall be on full pay, as the clause relates to suspension on investigation purposes only. This is not, it is not like the ASECA that provides that you will be suspended with half pay. This is supposed to be a period of 90 days. For those 90 days, you will be possibly on compulsory leave and you will earn your full pay as they investigate the misconduct.
I therefore propose the question that clause 50 be amended as proposed by the chair. I now put the question that clause 50 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 50 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 51.
I propose the question that clause 51 be part of the bill. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. I propose that clause 51 be amended as shown on the order paper. And the reason we have done this is we must include the DPP with a proper title as provided for in the Constitution.
Thank you. I propose the question that clause 51 be amended as proposed by the chair. I now put the question that clause 51 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 51 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 52.
I propose the question that clause 52 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 52 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 53.
I propose the question that clause 53 be part of the bill. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. I propose that clause 53 be amended as shown on the order paper. And having made the proposal, the rationale is to require the sharing of information with law enforcement agencies and a clause after observing due process. What we are saying is there is no problem with the reporting authorities and anybody else sharing information, but that information must be shared after due process. It means where a court order is required, that is adhered to. Where the Data Protection Act applies, that again is observed.
I therefore propose the question that clause 53 be amended as proposed by the chair. I now put the question that clause 53 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 53 is amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 54.
I propose the question that clause 54 be part of the bill. Chair.
Thank you very much. Madam Chairperson, I move that clause 54 be amended as shown on the order paper, and we are just changing a few words here. The idea is to align the sub-clause with the phrase used in sub-clause 2, because this is 3, clause 2, the phrase that is used.
I propose the question that clause 54 be amended as proposed by the chair. I now put the question that clause 54 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 54 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 55.
I propose the question that clause 55 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 55 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 56.
I propose the question that clause 56 be part of the bill. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. I propose that clause 56 be amended as shown on the order paper. And the rationale to this, after we introduce the new provision, is to provide for a clearer format for the submission of compliance reports to aid in the implementation and enforcement of the conflict of interest legislation. It's a very good intention. Thank you.
I propose the question that clause 56 be amended as proposed by the chair. And I put the question that clause 56 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 56 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 57 and 58.
I propose the question that clauses 57 and 58 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clauses 57 and 58 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 59.
I propose the question that clause 59 be part of the bill. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. I propose that clause 59 be amended as shown on the order paper. We are making some deletions and adding a new subclause. The rationale is to maintain the existing model of declarations to entities that directly supervise the conduct and ethics of the various categories of public officers. Number two, to save the conduct of ongoing investigations and cases pending before the court brought under Section 42 of the Anti-Corruption and Economic Crimes Act 2003, which is proposed for repeal.
I therefore propose the question that clause 59 be amended as proposed by the chair. And for the convenience of the House, I note 7:30 it's already 7:30, 7:32. We will, for the convenience of the committee and the House, finish this, which is not so far. Then we'll go to the motion of adjournment by Honorable Mukunji. I therefore put the question that clause 59 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 59 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 60.
I propose the question that clause 60 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 60 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of that contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clauses, new clause 31A.
Mover to move second reading of the new clause.
Yes, clause 31.
We are on new clause 31A.
Yes, thank you. Honorable Chairperson, I propose to move that the new clause 31A be read a second time.
I propose the question that the new clause 31A be now read a second time. The import of this amendment, new clause, is...
The import of the new amendment is to maintain the existing model of declarations to entities that directly supervise the conduct and ethics of the various categories of public officers, as the EACC lacks sufficient capacity to process the declarations of all public officers. What we have done, if honorable members can check the new proposed clause 31A and 31B, we now have the relevant reporting authorities and commissions set out. Where there isn't any, we have also made a provision as to where these reporting or declarations should be deposited.
The import of this, if it's carried, is that the Honorable Chepkonga's amendment falls automatically. I will put the question that the new clause 31A be now read a second time. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now propose the question that new clause 31A be part of the bill. I now put the question that the new clause 31A be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clause 31B.
Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. I beg to move that clause 31B be now read a second time.
I propose the question that the new clause 31B be now read a second time. I now put the question that the new clause 31B be now read a second time. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I propose the question that the new clause 31B be part of the bill. I now put the question that the new clause 31B be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. The import of carrying that amendment is that the proposal by Honorable Chepkonga will automatically fall.
First schedule.
I propose the question that the schedule, the first schedule, be part of the bill. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. I propose that the first schedule be amended as proposed on the order paper. And what we have done is to try and clean up and align it with the main act. There isn't much change. The rationale is to maintain the existing model of declarations to entities that directly supervise the conduct and ethics of the various categories of public officers. Just definitions and trying to clean it up. And
The question that the first schedule be amended as proposed by the chair. Opinion say aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that the first schedule as amended be the schedule of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Second schedule.
Before we go to second schedule, what that means is that Honorable Chepkonga's amendment on first schedule falls automatically.
Second schedule.
I propose the question that the second schedule be the schedule of the bill. I now put the question that the second schedule be the schedule of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Third schedule.
I propose the question that the third schedule be the schedule of the bill. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. I propose that the third schedule to the bill be amended by making the two deletions in A and B, and the rationale is for each of them is as follows. To retain the current provision in Section 62(6) of the Anti-Corruption and Economic Crimes Act, which exempts state officers whose mode of removal is provided for under the Constitution from the application of that particular section. And the second one is to align Section 59 of the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act 2015 with the amendment proposed to Section 19 of this particular bill, so that they are aligned and none is out of place with the other. Thank you.
I therefore propose the question that the third schedule be amended as proposed by the chair. Honorable Shabir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I propose humbly that the third schedule as amended by...
Order, Honorable Shakil. We are not yet prosecuting your amendment. So unless you're contributing to the amendment by the chair. Okay. Allow us to process the amendment by the chair. And the outcome of that amendment will determine the fate of your proposed amendment. If it is carried, yours will automatically fall. So I will put the question that the third schedule be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Therefore, the amendment by Honorable Shakil will automatically fall. So I will put the question that the third schedule as amended be the schedule of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 2.
I propose the question that clause 2 be part of the bill. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. Madam Chairperson, I propose that clause 2 of the bill be amended as shown in the order paper. We have made some certain further definitions and deleted some definitions which we thought they were over-defining. The rationale is as follows: to amend the definitions for purposes of uniformity, clarity, and alignment with the provisions of the Constitution and other existing laws. That is exactly what we are doing.
Okay, I therefore propose the question that clause 2 be amended as proposed by the chair. And the import of this amendment, if carried, will mean that the amendment by the majority leader and Honorable Chepkonga will automatically fall. Majority leader.
Chair, I confirm that indeed we agree with the chair that we carry his amendment. And this is one of the issues that was of great concern to almost everybody during second reading, that we cannot export our public duty to our families, including our great-grandchildren, our grandmothers, our aunties, our cousins, who have absolutely nothing to do with the work you do as a public officer. Therefore, it cannot be conflict of interest if your great-grandmother or your great-grandchild is in business with an entity where probably a public officer is working in. And therefore, I want to support this amendment by the chair and the committee.
Okay. Honorable members, I will now put the question that clause 2 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Before I put the global question, I'll give Honorable Shakil for a further amendment.
Madam Chair, thank you very much. Madam Chair, I propose that the bill be amended by inserting the following new definition in the proper alphabetical sequence. Whistleblower means any person who has personal knowledge or access of any data, information, fact, or event constituting improper conduct, and who makes such a disclosure of that information in accordance with this act. The reason we say this will give legal recognitions to the people who report incidences of violence of the act. The United Nations Commission Against Corruption, to which we are signatories, has announced itself on the vitality of the whistleblower recognition and protection, stating that corruption, fraud, wrongdoing, as well as health and safety violations are much more likely to occur in organizations that are closed and secretive. In many occasions, employees will be aware of wrongdoing and maybe feel unable to say anything for the fear of reprisal. Concern about acting against the organization's culture of lack of confidence, then this matter be taken seriously. The negative implications of this are far-reaching for both organization and society as a whole. Effective whistleblowing protection supports employees in blowing the whistle on corruption, fraud, and wrongdoing. By actually defining whistleblowing will be a very positive step to this very good bill. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you. Honorable members, I will propose the question, then I'll give the chair and the vice chair. I propose the question that clause 2 be further amended as proposed by Honorable Shakil Shabir. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. And the definition doesn't have a problem per se, but we only define words we have used in statutes. The word whistleblower, to the best of my recollection of this particular bill, is not used anywhere. And therefore, it is superfluous to have it here.
Therefore, I will put the question that clause 2 be further amended as proposed by Honorable Shakil Shabir. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The nays have it. So I will put the global question that clause 2 is amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Title.
I propose the question that the title be the title of the bill. I put the question that the title be the title of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 1.
I propose the question that clause 1 be part of the bill. Chair.
Thank you very much. Madam Chairperson, I propose that clause 1 be amended as shown in the order paper, which is to make that amendment. Rationale is to align the commencement date of the Act with the provisions of Article 116 of the Constitution. What we are doing is that it will come into force on such a date as there is a notice in the Gazette.
I therefore propose the question that clause 2 be amended as proposed by the chair. Clause 1 be amended as proposed by the chair. I now put the question that clause 1 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 1 is amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Mover to move reporting.
Subject to the committee. Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Conflict of Interest Bill, National Assembly Bill number 12 of 2023, and its approval thereof with amendments.
I put the question, which is that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Conflict of Interest Bill, National Assembly number 12 of 2023, and its approval thereof with amendments. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Speaker.
Chairperson to report to the House.
Honourable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Conflict of Interest Bill, National Assembly number 12 of 2023, and approved the same with amendments.
Thank you. May the mover move agreement with the report.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. I also request Honorable Owen Bayer to second the motion for agreement with the report of the Committee of the Whole House. Honorable Speaker, I don't know, is that the place, the point we move with recommittal? I wanted to recommit clause 48, subject to recommit of clause 48.
Now let us do it properly. Just take your time, move and confirm we are capturing what actually proceeded.
We have to commit 48. Honorable Speaker, I second agreement with the report.
Honorable members, I propose the question, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the motion for agreement with the report of the Committee of the Whole House be amended by inserting the words subject to a recommittal of clause 48. I also request the Honorable Mwengi Mutuse to actually second the motion.
Honorable Mutuse.
Honorable Speaker, I second the motion for recommittal.
Honorable members, I propose the question, which is that the motion for agreement with the report of the Committee of the Whole House be amended by inserting the words subject to recommittal of clause 48. Is there interest? Nobody wants to contribute, so I can put the question. Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, just for the record, the recommittal of that clause 48 is because we say that there can't be concurrent investigations by the reporting commission or the commission. Or so if, for instance, a judge in the judiciary who is under the Judicial Service Commission as the reporting commission is under investigation by the Judicial Service Commission, then EACC also can't concurrently be investigating for the same crime or same suspicion of crime. However, if we leave it open-ended, we leave a loophole where people will be hiding behind investigations by some commissions not to be investigated by the other. Therefore, we are putting a timeline that there must be a period of 90 days for conclusion of the investigations by either of the commissions for the other one to be able to conduct further investigations in that case. Thank you.
There being no further interest to contribute, honorable members, I now put the question, which is that the motion for agreement with the report of the Committee of the Whole House be amended by inserting the words subject to recommittal of clause 48. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Order members, we are in the Committee of the Whole for the recommittal of clause 48 of the Conflict of Interest Bill.
Clause 48.
I propose the question that clause 48 be part of the bill. Chair.
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that clause 48 be amended by adding the words provided that an investigation commenced against a public officer shall be concluded within 90 days. This is to align the suspension period and also the period of investigations, so that if a person is suspended for 90 days, then those investigations must also be concluded in the 90 days. Otherwise, they cannot be prolonged forever without any remedy to that particular provision.
I propose the question that clause 48 be amended as proposed by the chair. I now put the question. The leader, you've already justified the amendment.
Already justified. I don't know why the chair.
So, I will put the
clerk
question.
Wants me to say it again.
I will put the question that clause 48 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 48 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. To move reporting.
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Conflict of Interest Bill, National Assembly Bill number 12 of 2023, and its approval thereof with amendments.
I now put the question, which is that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Conflict of Interest Bill, National Assembly Bill number 12 of 2023, and its approval thereof with amendments. As many as are of that opinion say aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Honorable members, Mr. Speaker.
He is back.
Would the chairperson report to the House?
Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Conflict of Interest Bill, National Assembly Bill number 12 of 2023, and approved the same with amendments.
Thank you. May the mover move agreement with the report.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. I also request Honorable Mukunji to second the motion for agreement with the report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable Speaker, I second. Would the majority leader approach the speaker? Thank you very much. Honorable members, I propose the question, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. Yes, Honorable Shakil Shabir.
Thank you very much. Chair, I'm a very happy member today. This has been a long, long struggle, and finally we have got this conflict of interest, not agreed 100%, but about 89 to 90%. It is a great day for Kenya. The seeds that brought corruption in 1969 are being rooted out, and we hope that this this conflict of interest bill will help us remove those trees, those weeds that have become trees of corruption. Thank you very much, Majority Leader, for bringing this here. We may not have agreed with 100%, but this is a great day for Kenya and a great day for APNAC and members of Parliament. Thank you very much, sir.
For the convenience of the House, I'll defer the putting of the question on the matter of this bill to the next time. It will be scheduled for deliberation. So we will stop there. We will stop there. We have done agreement. We are not putting the question for the convenience of the House, not for obvious reasons, but for good order. I'm informed there was an adjournment motion. Yes, and time has reached. Honorable Mukunji John Gitonga, move your adjournment motion. Move the adjournment motion.
Yes. Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. I would like, Honorable Speaker, your guidance, because this motion was supposed to start at 7:30, but due to the matters that were in front of us, has gone to 8:05. Honorable Speaker, I would like your guidance in terms of the timeline of the adjournment motion.
Yeah, it is unfortunate when an adjournment motion is timed, it should start at the time directed by the Speaker. What you ought to have done was to rise at your place and indicate that the time for the adjournment motion, because you were in the committee, had reached. And
I did, Honorable Speaker.
And that would have required reporting, so that the House, reconvenes in full plenary. Be that as it may, I will invoke the powers of the Speaker under Standing Order number 1 to allow you move the adjournment motion so that the matter does not lapse. Because if you don't move it today, it cannot be postponed to another day, it dies. So proceed.
Okay.
Move.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, I stand guided. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order number 33, I rise to seek leave for adjournment of the House in order to discuss a definite matter of urgent national importance regarding reported irregularities in the 2023 KCPE exam results. Honorable Speaker, the results for the 2023 KCPE exams were released on Thursday, 23rd November 2023, with great pop and color. However, this has been quickly dampened following the reported inconsistencies across the country. The discrepancies in the results range from awarding candidates wrong marks, assigning candidates marks for subjects they didn't sit for, schools being assigned different grades. In other instances, Honorable Speaker, candidates receiving higher grades for lower scores and vice versa. Honorable Speaker, it is noted that a total of 1.4 million students sat the 2023 KCPE exams with the hope of joining secondary schools. However, these discrepancies would not only delay secondary school placement of these candidates, but also compromise the integrity of Kenya National Examination Council in delivering credible results moving forward. It is therefore imperative that this matter be addressed to safeguard the future of these candidates. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I seek leave for the adjournment of the House to discuss this matter of national concern with a view of exploring possible ways of resolving the reported and widely widespread irregularities. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
You have the leave of the House to prosecute the adjournment motion. So proceed. If you want to say something more.
Thank you.
You do
Thank
so.
you. Honorable Speaker, I just want to say that, and many members of this House will agree with me, that when it comes to exam results, it is one of those moments that define your life. And members in this House have passed through issues of waiting for results and waiting to see their performance. But, Honorable Speaker, it was traumatic this year that we have seen all over, including in the social media, young kids saying what they are getting in their results SMSs is not what they expected. And, Honorable Speaker, if I may quote Dr. Njengere, who confirmed confidently and assured citizens that the discrepancies that were being experienced were due to configuration issues from the SMS service provider, that automatically, Honorable Speaker, raised a query in terms of what is being reported and what is the real story of the results of this year exam. Honorable Speaker, my biggest question was why the hurry to release the results without clearly ensuring that the results are good and the results are as per the exam done. And it is very clear, Honorable Speaker, that every single SMS that a parent or a pupil sent, it is costing money. And each SMS is around 25 shillings. If you do your maths, for 1.4 million candidates of the KCPE exams, you'll see we are talking of a lot of money for whoever the service provider of these SMSs is, Honorable Speaker. It is actually questionable that some school weirdly reported the same marks for all the kids, 75% for all the kids that did the exam, which, Honorable Speaker, raises quite a number of questions when it comes to the results that were being announced. And of course, under NEC Act, Section 40B, it provides for National Examination Appeal Tribunal to hear those complaints. But, Honorable Speaker, it has not been publicized enough that there is a tribunal to listen to the many complaints that Kenyans are actually raising all over the place. I would also like to know whether there is any set measures by the ministry and by the Kenya National Examination Council on the knowledge on this tribunal that is supposed to listen to the many complaints that we are getting. And I know everybody is privy to the information that the complaints can change our kids forever, Honorable Speaker. When the results come out and a kid expected to perform better, but then the results show that he even did subject that he is graded into subject that he didn't even do, Honorable Speaker, it is traumatic and you cannot pay trauma, Honorable Speaker, when it comes to our young kids. So, Honorable Speaker, it is my appeal to this House to follow this issue to the latter, and my appeal to the Kenya National Examination Council that results and the credibility of announcing results of our kids, and we are coming also to know the results for KIPSEA and the KCSE, Honorable Speaker, it is not negotiable to have NEC coming out clearly and saying that these are the results and they should come out to show the performance of the kids as they're supposed to be, Honorable Speaker. And I would like to say that there is a need of this House to follow and even call upon the Minister of Education and to get clear answers on the whole process of exam marking, exam announcement, and also to even investigate further the service provider who would mess up a clear way of announcing our results for KCPE in this country, Honorable Speaker. The costs of the SMSs, the messes when it comes to the results being announced must be answerable to somebody, Honorable Speaker. Up to now, I have not heard, except for the usual mention of, yes, there was a problem with configuration. I've not heard anybody answering the people who are actually having these problems and telling them this is the person who is messing us up. And in this digital age, Honorable Speaker, where we are getting our results via SMS, we need to be trustworthy of our technology so that when you're sending that message, you will get those results and you get the right results. The mistakes must be accountable to somebody, Honorable Speaker. And also, a parent would send a message, then because he has gotten results that don't look like they are for his or her kid, send another message, and then send another one to ensure it is the correct thing. Honorable Speaker, that means a parent who loses 100 shillings, or maybe even 200 shillings, trying to verify whether those are the results. We need an audit and know exactly whether we can refund even the money for those people who are given wrong results, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, with that, I beg to support the motion and ask members to actually champion for ensuring that we get accountability when it comes to our results being announced. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Gitonga. I want to give the first chance to the Chair of the Departmental Committee on Education, Honorable Meli. You want to speak to this?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I've received a writer from the CS, and I would request that you allow me to respond, to allow members to ventilate on the issue. Then later on, I will do the last rebuttal to the issues. Thank you.
You're correct. Honorable Rindikiri Mugambi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. One of the most traumatizing to our children is to work for many years and expect the result for their efforts. Mr. Speaker, we have seen consistency in the ministry or within the Ministry of Education in terms of how for many years they have been handling the results, starting from the process of dispatch and correcting and returning the examinations. Mr. Speaker, in the process, the kid sits for the exam and expects proper marking and distribution of the proper results. Mr. Speaker, it is very shocking that you can see the result skewed in terms of regions, in terms of schools. I think this is common sense to many of us, that we have seen very high scores in some regions and some schools. And others tend to give what would be described as the most appropriate performance. Mr. Speaker, it shows a large process by the Ministry of Education. No matter what report is going to come from the CS, the effect and the impact to the parent and the children, up to this point, we cannot say this is the actual performance of our children. Because the process, right from the beginning, was long. Mr. Speaker, there is no procedure, all guidelines says we must report the exam result within this time of the year. I'm wondering why NEC and the Ministry of Education rushed, marked the exams in a short time and reported on a hurry without checking the system. It's common sense that garbage in, garbage out. And that's what we are seeing here. Because all of us, we know, if we are doing a plan, we prepare for it, we evaluate it, and report that you are okay, now we can perform, and it is the result. I don't believe that this was a computer error. Somebody somewhere failed in their responsibility. Somebody somewhere failed in their responsibility. What we have seen in the Ministry of Education is adding up of the results. We came from the former minister, Dr. Matiang'i. He had his own systems. We came to Dr. Magoya, professor. He came up with his systems. Then we have C.S. Machofu with his own system. All different, but geared to do the same thing. Mr. Speaker, it's the high time that the Kenya National Examination Council be held accountable for what is happening in the exam management in this country. These people have continued being there with all the messes they have caused, and nobody has come up and said, we want to take this action. It's a sort of failure from the ministry, the CS, all the way down. It's like Kenya National Examination Council is another military battalion. They cannot be asked anything. We need to question their credibility. We need to question their management. We need to question the way they do things. So, Mr. Speaker, I really support this adjournment motion and demand a comprehensive report. I don't think that the CS have done a comprehensive job within the few days so that they can submit a report. It's just covering up, it's inefficient.
Just to alert you members that for adjournment motion, you have only 5 minutes. But I would request that because of interest, you can compact your statements to under 5 minutes. The Honorable Timothy Torotich.
Honorable Speaker, Nelson Mandela said, if you want to destroy a country, you do not need long-range missiles. You only need to destroy its education and lower the standard of education. Honorable Speaker, we have problems in this country in the recent years. Last year, we had problems with KCSE. That is why the Committee on Educational Research conducted an inquiry into mass cheating in last year's KCSE examinations. Honorable Chair, we don't need to say much here. It is apparent on the face of record that there was massive cheating or problems in this year's KCPE examinations. Honorable Chair, how do you explain that candidates in a certain school, all of them score a similar grade in all the subjects? Honorable Speaker, how do you explain that students in a certain school are awarded marks for subjects they did not sit for? Honorable Speaker, there is a problem in this country. There is a problem with the Ministry of Education. There is a problem with NEC. Chair, someone ultimately must carry the responsibility. Someone ultimately must be able to answer this country what happened to the KCPE of this year. Honorable Speaker, I was just reading today's paper. There was a candidate who scored 358 marks. And today, I don't know what the process used. The marks were raised to 409. Honorable Speaker, that explains there's a problem. Finally, Honorable Speaker, I have read the NEC Act. There is a tribunal that is provided for in the Kenya National Examinations Act. That is the National Examinations Tribunal. Honorable Speaker, as we speak, that tribunal is not operational. Honorable Speaker, we do not have a chairperson of that tribunal. The chairperson has not been appointed, has been gazetted to the CS Education Chairman. Because if we have a tribunal that is not operational, that means our candidates do not have an avenue of raising their complaints, of raising disputes as envisaged in the law. Chair, finally, that tribunal is anchored in the NEC Act of 2012 against the provision of Article 159 of the Constitution that provides that such tribunal should be anchored in the judiciary. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, that tribunal, as a matter of urgency, must be gazetted, the chairperson must be appointed and be made operational. Secondly, that tribunal must be anchored in the judiciary, not in the Ministry of Education. That is an apparent conflict of interest on the face of record. There is no way a tribunal anchored in the Act, in the NEC Act, can oversight the Ministry of Education. So, Chair, there's a problem. This House must regularize.
The Honorable Deko Balo, MP for Garissa Town. You want to speak to this?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also thank you for this opportunity, and I want to thank Mheshimiwa Mkunji for bringing up this very important issue. And that's why some of us are still here, because of the interest we have developed in this motion, adjournment motion by Mheshimiwa Mkunji. Mr. Speaker, this problem that we are experiencing today, for us from the region of the North, had this problem for many years, that students' exams are manipulated to the disadvantage of them, or of those students. This is a very serious issue, because it affects the lives of these young people. Young people have been in school and have been studying for the last 8 years. And they expected after this, because this is going to be another step in their life. Going from primary school, joining secondary school is another step in their life or of their education. So affecting and manipulating their results, what they never expected, and they get that, it will dampen their spirits. They will not believe in themselves in the near future, or when they go to secondary school. And in this particular case, Mr. Speaker, of the end of 844, those who used to get the exams were cancelled, had an opportunity to go back to class 8 to do the exams again for the next year. But in this particular case, this is the last 844 examination. It means there are those who got Y, meaning the exams have been cancelled, and that means they cannot proceed to Form 1 in this coming year. Mr. Speaker, somebody must take responsibility for this issue. We cannot cancel or manipulate the exams for young people who have worked so hard in the last 8 years. It is the same that we politicians have gone. Can you imagine? You've been waiting for your results during the election, and in the last minute you are told so-and-so have won, you have been beaten in the election, and you are so sure you are going to win this election. Mr. Speaker, I know you were, as a member of the other side, you know the pain that you felt when you expected to have been declared the winners of this last election, and you also felt that your results have been manipulated. This is the same problem these young people are facing. And it is difficult for them and their parents to seek justice, because it is so expensive. The process that they go through to seek justice for what has happened to them is so expensive, and they can't they can't afford that. So, Mr. Speaker, this issue, NEC must take responsibility for it. And it means they must get out of office for them to be audited. We cannot audit them when they are already there. So I support the motion of Mheshimiwa Mkunji, and we need action taken against all those who participated in the manipulation of this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
As I recognize Honorable Gideon Ochanda, could someone be looking at the removal process for top NEC officers? Because I think it is something which ought to come out in our deliberations. Honorable Gideon Ochanda.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I think, Mr. Speaker, education is what shapes a society, and it's education that shapes government. This is the investment that the governments do all over the world to train human resource. We mess up with it, we mess up the entire country. Mr. Speaker, since the exit of Mbithi as the Examination Council Secretary, this must be in 89 or 88, over 30 years ago, the council perennially, each year, has issues with how it manages examinations, either at the process of either setting, the process of executing examinations, and the process of results, marking. So, Mr. Speaker, there is a big, big problem. When we are talking about 30 years cumulatively, education is the equalizer that we know. So what is it that our education, our council has been doing in the last 30 years for purposes of getting people's space to be equal? There is a big problem in this country, Mr. Speaker. 30 years is not a short time, or 30 plus years is not a short time, that we cannot fix a problem. It's a long time, and we can't pretend about it. We are looking so badly as a country when examinations are stolen. We are looking so badly when we cannot even place results properly. You really wonder sometimes why the rush. What is it that one wants to achieve by marking exams for 1 week? Where do they want to run to? And even if that is the case, why don't we have another week after marking just for purposes of cross-checking and doing serious verification so that people get the results that are theirs? Students get results that are theirs. Pupils get results that are theirs. What is this that we are doing in this country? Mr. Speaker, this is really wrong, and it has to be fixed. Otherwise, we are living pretense, we are living a lie, and that's exactly why everything else that we are doing in this country is going out haywire. It's getting a mess. Yeah, it's really going to the wrong side. So, Mr. Speaker, this idea of mixed marks, this idea of people missing their marks, this idea of mismatching of marks, these are things that are doable and can be verified so easily. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to believe that if there is no way that the council cannot be sorted out, the best is to do away with it. The best is to do away with this examination council. We get a totally different outfit that can manage examinations in this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Chair of the Departmental Committee on Finance, Honorable Kuria Kimani.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there is a meme going around of Mwalimu wa Math, and now how he runs to take over CRE classes when the CRE teacher is not attending a class. It's going to be very funny. And I'll attempt to be that Mwalimu wa Math this evening. I was asking myself, what is the probability of 32 students in the same school sitting for a science multi-choice exam getting 75%? Because that was one of the subjects that has really caused a spur from the members of the public. So the probability of one person, of one student getting 75 marks is 1 out of, no, the probability of one person getting 75 marks, considering that the number of marks are from 0 to 100, so the total number of choices of marks is 101. So the probability of one student getting 75 marks is 75 out of, is 1 out of 1, that is 0.00 something. That is getting 75%. But what is the probability of 32 students in the same class all getting 75 marks? Assuming that all the 32 students have the same probability of getting 75 marks. They have the same potential of getting 75 marks. The math actually says it is 2.447935 times 10 to power negative 92. So the probability of having 32 students sitting for a multi-choice science exam getting 75%, all of them is, I repeat, Mr. Speaker, 2.447935 times 10 to power negative 92. It is extremely unlikely. And that is just maths. So the odds are extremely low. which therefore demonstrates, just by that example, that there were irregularities that happened in this particular exam. And that is why this motion by, I must congratulate Honorable Mukonji here for bringing this motion. That's why this discussion is very, very important. But how do we find ourselves here? We had 1,406,559 KCP students in 2023. So these students sat for 7 papers. 5, the actual papers are 5 subjects, but the papers are 7. So if you multiply 1.4 million by 7 papers, imagine how many papers there are that needs to be marked within such a short duration of time. We have had complaints of these markers, these teachers, not being paid and being paid on time. So you're talking about a constrained people who have not been paid their allowances, who have this deadline to attain, and that perhaps explains why some of these errors happen, Honorable Speaker. But to give credit, we have come from far. We've had serious challenges before. Now we have made good progress. But I really like to celebrate the heroes who are teachers and police officers who we saw going on in rain, risking their lives to deliver these examinations. I think we must applaud them as heroes of this particular KCP examination. And those that are letting us down, they must up their game and they must correct this anomaly.
Igembe North, the Honorable Julius Taitu.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this motion. It is my time. Gender will come. There's no problem.
I can assure you,
Mr. Speaker,
I'm going to take a lot of time in that corner.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Speaker, the KCP results that were released last week on Thursday, 2023, was a real scam. Mr. Speaker, I want to support Honorable Mukonji for bringing this important motion to discuss the trends and the state of management of our exams. I want to say this, Mr. Speaker. When the results were released, the entire nation was engulfed by the celebratory mood of those students and the parents whose their sons and daughters had done well. No sooner later, the same nation was clouded with anxiety due to complaints that were arising from the students or pupils whose results were not matching their abilities. As it has been said, that trauma, this house is there to oversight all the entire systems of this government. I went through the response that was given by the CEO NEC. It was really, really agonizing. He said that it is possible, since maybe social studies or any other subject is a multiple choice subject, it is possible for pupils to attain the same marks in a particular subject. This is a kind of joking with the Kenyan intellect. This does not require rocket science to note that this one cannot happen. And that's why, for record, I'm saying that the CEO NEC should be held accountable. A credible examination is a result, is a product of a credible examination process. This year, the Education Committee went around this nation, collecting views from the stakeholders about the management of the exams. There were numerous complaints by the way exams are marked, by the way examinations are processed, and the way results are released. The question, the big question is, why was the rush? If you cannot compute the results properly, If you cannot do the marking properly, if you cannot enumerate the markers well, being the CEO and the entire management should be held accountable. We support this motion. If a doctor who messes up with a patient is held accountable, then why can't the CEO who has messed with the lives of kids be held accountable? That is my submission.
The Honorable Catherine Wabiliang.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity to also have a voice on this issue. And on the onset, I want to thank Honorable Mkunji for this motion, for this adjournment motion, because it's timely. It is true that the country is wandering, the parents are perturbed, and the children are more disturbed. Why, after an exam, their results are manipulated? On the onset, I feel there's a problem right from the registration. If you can get wrong results, that means you are registered under wrong name. That means there was something that happened during the registration. So the NEC, as it goes on with the registration and even prepares, the teachers go ahead to prepare the students to have these exams, something must be done from the onset. Then the lapse in the marking of exams is not the fault of the teachers. Teachers have taken their time, these 8 years preparing these children. And you find that at the time of marking, the same teachers are placed under very horrible conditions. They are hurried to mark the exams. They are poorly remunerated and given timelines on when the marking should stop so that they hand over the marks. So this lapse must be checked into. These teachers ought to be given time, even if I'm a teacher marking a composition, for example. The composition needs to, you need to get time to read and know what you're giving the student. But because of such circumstances, this will cause systems to fail, and the marks that are according to students may not be the correct marks. KCPE is a very, very important exam to our children. This is a time when they're translating to the secondary section. But if the marks are manipulated, given the wrong marks, this automatically kills the morale of a student. So NEC must be answerable. Why accord the wrong marks if systems are in place? We have just learned here that the tribunal has no chair. This is a tribunal that is supposed to check on the exams, even how they're transported to schools and all that. But this has never happened. So, as this House, let us call upon an audit, entire audit of the NEC, in the sense that if we have any audited officers who still have those archaic thinking, the archaic methods of thinking, something must be done. I sit on the Labor Committee. We have been discussing about an extension of, after somebody has retired, they're given an extension of time. And with that extension, it's like we have no other people who can come and take up the opportunities. But if this is going to be put in place, let us have a fresh board that is going to look at these exams, and let us have the correct exams, correct results for our children. I strongly second you, Mr. Honorable Mkunji. Thank you.
The Honorable Njeri Maina.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I really wonder, because we all know that KCPE started at the end of last month, on 30th. Where and what was the hurry in marking the examination and giving the results, Honorable Speaker? Honorable Speaker, this House must demand for investigations, because we cannot keep debating on these matters over and over again, Honorable Speaker. NEC must be accountable to the children of this nation and to the Kenyan people, Honorable Speaker. And if they cannot be, then they need to resign with immediate effect. Honorable Speaker, I zero in regard to the Kenya shillings 25 that were being charged per parent, Honorable Speaker. This House needs to be told who was given the contract to procure and to ensure that they send the SMSs to the parents or the students, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, some of the parents were charged multiple times, Honorable Speaker. That means that there are profits that are undeclared, that were made illegally, Honorable Speaker. In regard even to basic contract law, Honorable Speaker, if you procure a service and you pay for it, you expect results, Honorable Speaker. We need to know, was it Safaricom? Was it a third-party agent? So that they can be held accountable and so that they can refund the public monies that they have illegally obtained, Honorable Speaker. It is not justifiable to charge a parent, some are even sending messages more than 10 times, Honorable Speaker. That profit is not justifiable at all, and it is unethical, Honorable Speaker, to keep such monies, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to commend Honorable Gitonga Mukunji for this timely motion because it is a matter of concern for parents in all parts of this nation, Honorable Speaker. It must therefore be taken with serious consideration, Honorable Speaker, so that we clear the air and so that we protect the dignity and integrity of future examinations, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
The Honorable Gideon Kimayo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also rise to support the motion brought in by Mheshimiwa Mukunji. And from the onset, Speaker, Mr. Speaker, sir, we must call out NEC. NEC is becoming a national shame to this country. Because it is not something that has just yoga this year. This has been repeated in those other years. And becomes the question, what were the other ministers of education doing so that they got it right, and the current Minister of Education is doing that is not getting it right? I remember when there was a Minister of Education who was there, and we registered 81, around 100 and something A's in Kenya. Now we are registering again in KCSE more than 5,000. What is he doing that the previous ministers were doing so that they got it right? So we must call out NEC, we must call out the Minister for Education. And Mr. Speaker, if there's need, this minister must be brought to this House, he must answer Kenyans, he must tell the representatives of the people outside there who are in this House what he's doing in the Ministry of Education, so that he's not doing the right work that the previous ministers were doing. Mr. Speaker, I ask NEC, the president is asking us to go online. He's trying so much so that Kenyans can do their work online. What is wrong in not posting those results in the website of NEC or send emails to the schools instead of charging Kenyans 25 shillings? Imagine a family where there is the parents and siblings, everybody was sending a message. So maybe by the end of the day, everybody has sent three messages, that's 25 shillings, and you have a family of around 6 people, that is 6 people times 3 messages, and the system was not working. How much is Kenyans losing in terms of this? So they must use ICT and stop taking parents' money by asking them to send the SMS. This also must be addressed with the issue of leakages. We've seen schools, center managers being taken to police stations. The issue of leakages has been happening, and the ministry is not addressing it. I know there was a report which the Committee of Education in this House analyzed and they gave to the Ministry of Education. Have they implemented what the Committee of Education gave them? Finally, Mr. Speaker, what was the hurry for in bringing out these results in 2 weeks? Previously, results were released around Christmas time, around 27, 28. What was the hurry for? Why not wait? And finally, the Form 1 selection is now happening. What will happen to that child who had gotten 400 but was given 300? He will get a wrong school. I hope they can delay the issue of Form 1 selection until this one is addressed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Shakil Shabir, please tell the House how you can do exams, then be awarded grades in a subject you never did exams on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. That is one of the mysteries that has come about over time. Mr. Speaker, sir, in our time, the Ministry of Education, the minister, and all those who took exams, marked exams, were sober, responsible, worked in a manner that exuded confidence. So even when our results were coming out, they didn't put them on SMSs or whatever else. They were on sheets of paper stuck at our school. And we would go there and we would read them because they were there, they were signed, they were stamped by the minister and everything else. Over the 20 years that I have been a member of parliament, and even before, I have found that the Minister of Education all of them want to become superstars. All of them are doing faster than the last one, whether it is whoever the minister is. Everybody wants to do better than the other. They will want to take shortcuts. They will go in fancy suits. They will go in fancy cars. They will have fancy meetings. And we have spent millions of shillings to go to a Mtiani house with all the paraphernalia to go and announce something that they don't know. NEC, I was told in '87, was sensible. Now you question me and ask me, and when I did my CPE and when you did yours, had anybody questioned anybody? No, when we were told it's this, we knew it was that. If you did not do well, you didn't say, oh, the child thinks I should have got that. No, there was a confidence. Right now, the Ministry of Education is becoming a lottery. Unalipa, unapata. No, so the thing is, they become the runaround, and they go and make these announcements that by Friday we are going to have the results. What results? Rubbish in, rubbish out. And I want the minister, sensible gentleman, was in the house. What's wrong with him? We have had the Magohas, we have had the Matiangis, and before that we have had so many, each of them coming with designer suits nowadays and making sure that they are going to be faster than the other. It makes no sense. In my constituency, sir, there are some children who are just shell-shocked, and they're being given results of things that they never sat, exams they never sat. There's no exam like that in that school. We've never had we're a country school, you know. We don't have those type of subjects. Yet they were given these exams, the results. The position is, I think, when I would say to the chair, you need to go and get this thing sorted out. Firstly, I think the minister, no matter who is, should be the first one to resign. He was a sensible man, and I know him. Him and a lot of them need to come over here and apologize to the people. You are now talking about SMSs. We know that is also a con. That is also corruption by deceit. You know, when we had Telcom, when we have had these other cases, all the time,
Who is involved?
Honorable Shakil Shabir, for an adjournment motion, you cannot go beyond 5 minutes under the standing orders. The Honorable Mary Emasi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to support this adjournment motion. Honorable Speaker, the expectations of every student and every parent is at least to get fair and accurate results after an examination. After putting in so much effort the students put in to prepare, after the struggle the parents go through, going without food to make sure that your child stays in school so that he can be able to pass in his exam. Indeed, the kind of results we've been treated to are very disturbing, Honorable Speaker. We must underscore the fact that there is a serious problem in the sector that must be unveiled. What we're seeing is a symptom of a disease which, if not addressed, is going to destroy the future of our children. So the minister must rein on NEC, must rein on rogue individuals within the ministry, and then he must come out and tell Kenyans the truth of what is happening in the ministry. We cannot pretend. Because this competition of who is the faster in releasing exams, it is proving futile. It is immaterial. And after the other year, the exam of last year, the ministry should have carried an audit, done an assessment to validate the systems and improve on them so that this time, as they continue with the competition to supersede their predecessors, we should have had better results. Because now what is happening, they are putting the integrity, they are compromising the integrity of examinations in Kenya. And therefore giving our students a very negative and, a bad perception. So, Honorable Speaker, we cannot continue to talk about the quality of the results. How do you explain everyone in the class getting the same marks? How do you explain a student being given marks for an exam they did not sit for? Some people in the ministry are sleeping, and therefore they must go home. Members, we must act on this one. We cannot continue to joke around. We are the representatives of the people. We have come here to represent the people, and we must bite this time. Chair Education, get to work. This cannot continue. It must come to an end. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Dorothy Kiara. Honorable Dorothy Kiara, because of shortness of time, why don't you try compressing within 3 minutes so that Honorable Joses Lalmangit can also have 3, and Honorable Stephen 3 minutes, and then we conclude with the Chair Education Committee.
I will do exactly that, Honorable Speaker. Thank you. I thank Honorable Gitonga Mukonji for this adjournment motion. And Honorable Speaker, I want to confine myself to 3 key issues. But Honorable Speaker, before I say anything, I want to thank the teachers who worked with these students all the way from class 1 up to the time of examination, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, I'm pained tonight because we are speaking of a process that started 9 years ago. And it was running so well, but it has ended badly. Honorable Speaker, I want to join my colleagues in stating that there were massive anomalies in the examination. This, number 1, we saw students who scored as low as 3%, in social studies. There was misalignment in Kiswahili grades, some indicating sign language, awarding of identical marks in a class, 75% in one subject for all the students who had done that exam. Honorable Speaker, in all the years that I've been a career teacher, I have never witnessed an occasion where students score identical marks, all of them. Honorable Speaker, this is a very clear indication that there was something seriously wrong with this. Honorable Speaker, why are exams administered? Exams are done so that students can be placed in the right place where their knowledge places them. Honorable Speaker, the only way we can be able to correct this anomaly is ensuring that as much as possible, this exam is either remarked again, Chair Education, or the exam is looked at afresh so that our students can be placed where their knowledge stands. Honorable Speaker, otherwise, if we don't do this and correct this anomaly, we'll have students who will be taken to do the wrong disciplines and they'll end up messing themselves in life because somebody somewhere has failed in their job. Honorable Speaker, I want to say the American President Bill Clinton once said, if you want to invest in the prosperity of a nation, invest in education. And we stand here as a house today to stand for that and say we cannot debate and leave it at the debate level. Let us take action. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Proceed, Honorable Joseph Lelmangit.
Okay, first I want to thank the Honorable Mugunji, MP for Manyata constituency, for bringing up this discussion. The Ministry of Education takes up the largest share of Kenya's development budget, up to a tune of 650 billion shillings. And therefore, we demand for results. We demand for value for our money. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, is NEC taking advantage of these poor Kenyans? I want to give a particular case in releasing these results. How we disseminate results. Why couldn't we put these results on a NEC portal so that these can be accessed by all Kenyans across the country? Charging 25 shillings per SMS is absurd. I've never seen that before. The highest in Kenya's history, charging these short call SMS for 25 shillings. Has NEC become a betting company? Because that amount is closer to for the ones the youth and the people use for betting. That is really absurd. I calculated here, Mr. Speaker, charging 25 shillings for 1.4 million Kenyans, sending these SMSs close to 4 times, that comes to 700 million shillings, Mr. Speaker. Is it a money minting institution or what is it? So that is the question that I want to challenge the Ministry of Education and the Oversight Committee to oversight on that area. That really puzzles me what the amount of money NEC is getting. And I know this money is shared between the service provider, which would be Safaricom, and the NEC body. So that is my main challenge that I want this Honorable House to investigate on. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Stephen Mogaka for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to contribute, and thank you, Honorable Gitonga Mukunji. You are my hero. I condemn in the strongest words possible the conduct of Kenya National Examination Council. These were not exams they were administering. This is a bogus NEC. This is a rogue NEC. This country has done away with the rogue IEBC. Why can we not do away with this rogue NEC? In my constituency, Nyamira South Sub-County, they targeted certain schools. They were stripping girls
yes, they were stripping girls, men stripping girls, going to do examinations. These are just sex pests hiding under neck, trying to molest our children, violating them left, right, and center. I was one of the first people to issue a very hard statement saying that this neck is rogue. I am not surprised these are the results they are giving us. These were fixed results. These are not results of our children. You can defraud anybody, but don't defraud Kenyan children. Education is everything. If you can bar a child from pursuing their career, from becoming the best Kenyan citizens that they can ever be, what do we have that neck for? What was the hurry of releasing these results? I urge this House, if there is anything we can do for these Kenyans, it is to disband that neck. It is to order for re-examination or remarking of those examinations by independent neck officials, and we give our children the correct marks. We stopped schools because of COVID. Why can't we stop schools for even 3 months so that we give our children the correct marks? Mr. Speaker, I beg to support.
The Chair, Departmental Committee on Education, Honorable Julius Meli, say something now.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank Honorable Mukunji for bringing up this substantive matter. This is a matter that affects every family, most of the children of the 1.4 million children. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Mukunji has spoken on behalf of the social media, the voices the parents raised, and even the issues that were brought before even members of parliament by their constituents. Honorable Speaker, I also want to say that the issues raised actually needs to be put into a lot of consideration. The Committee of Education, we have picked the matter very well. In fact, in the morning, I talked with the Cabinet Secretary, and I want to also ask members that most of the issues that have been raised by members, especially the issue of SMS, the issue of the low marks, the issue of identical grades, have actually been meticulously looked into by the Cabinet Secretary, because we asked them as a Committee of Education to give us a comparative view. In fact, in a very long report that I have here, Honorable Speaker, which I'll request that I don't read because of time, but I want to just say this, that every other issue that has been raised by the members, that has been raised by the society, that has been raised in the social media, has actually been well addressed by the Cabinet Secretary. And I want to thank him because he has taken such a very short time. He has just looked at every other issue. The issue of the SMS, for example, in fact, he has put it down and said that yes, there was that 10 minutes, about 10 minutes of delay. And he actually went down and asked the service provider vis-a-vis the company that was given to show cause on certain issues. And in fact, he even went to an extent of asking them that the monies that were asked should not actually be charged on this. And he gave a lot of details on this. And Honorable Speaker, I want to say this. Because he's appearing before the committee, and most of the issues needs lengthy explanations. And this Committee of Education, in the last KCSE exams, and I've had members say that the CS and the team didn't implement. They did implement a lot, especially on the KCSE recommendations of Education Committee. The issue of doing exams, what we call morning and afternoon, so that you avoid early exposure. Those were the implemented of the Cabinet Secretary, and they are very brilliant issues. The issue of schools having similar marks, Honorable Speaker, I can give a very long list of how students have been scoring from 2015, because we asked them, is this an anomaly of this year alone? He gave a list here where we have schools that are similar marks in 2016, 3 schools in 2017, certain schools, 7 schools in 2019, and all the centers that were there. In fact, I would want to say this. Oh, thank you, Speaker.
When are you sitting as a committee of the matter you mentioned?
In fact, thank you, Honorable Speaker. In fact, I want to tell the House and the country that we are having a meeting with the CS next week on Thursday so that all the issues that we have been raised, and I want to thank the members because we represent the people, we represent Kenyans, we represent this country. Even the issues that Honorable Member for Nyamira has just put it, actually it is wrong to actually have male teachers frisk girls. If it did happen that way, I'm asking members that that particular time, we will indulge you, the Speaker and the House, that we actually have that particular meeting in this plenary, so that members of the House, members of Parliament can come in, and the CS can be there, because he has actually given me very good, very detailed information on each and every issue. One of the issues, Honorable Speaker, if you can allow me, which is actually very, very informative, is the issue of the concerns the public raised. In fact, he has actually addressed most of the concerns, and in each of these, because I'll want him to come and say it here and clarify himself with the officers, I even indicated to him that he needs to come with NEC, the CEO NEC, the NEC officers who are actually manning exams, so that each and every other issue that we have is addressed.
No, I want him to give this to conclude, because this is a very important matter.
So, Honorable Speaker, that's why I'm saying.
And Honorable Meli,
yes,
you must know that what Honorable Stephen Mogaka was speaking to is not isolated.
It is not. It is not an isolated.
I know a school somewhere around where I come from, where some people at NEC got the mobile number of a school, purported to send an exam, went to the gate, went to the teacher saying, we sent, there is something on your phone, and by the way, they are just extorting teachers, even on KCSE. It's not a light matter.
Honorable Speaker, in fact, an issue that came out very, very seriously was the issue of the unusually low marks. In fact, the CS on the app, and that's why I want to tell the members who are here, that when he owned up, he gave a list that there were 133 candidates who had unusually low marks. And you know the law, Honorable Speaker, that the public has up to 30 days, even I think 30 days or 90 days, to actually launch these complaints. When these complaints were launched...
Honorable Meli,
yes,
there are some young people in this country.
Yes, who cannot...
Number one, they don't even know where NEC is, all those issues of complaint.
Yes.
They only trust the government to give them exams and do. In fact,
Yes.
so many students don't have even that access to a phone. Others are from very humble backgrounds.
Thank you. Thank you,
There
Honorable
is a
Speaker.
coincidence you cannot, take lightly.
Yes.
Take lightly.
Thank you.
Is it mere coincidence that every student who petitioned somehow has gotten their exams upgraded? None is going down.
Yes.
What is happening to those students who did not petition?
Who did not petition?
Those are the issues.
Those are the issues. Yes.
We want to be dealt with.
That is why, Honorable Speaker, when I just started my speech, I said it is in my speech, but we are inviting the CS next week to come before the committee.
Is next week which day?
I think Thursday.
Yeah, so on Thursday,
yes,
due arrangements will be made. Huh? It is Wednesday.
Morning, because I don't think we have a session in the morning.
When is the CS coming? Because the members, the country is
On
watching.
Thursday, on Thursday.
All members interested should sit there.
Yes.
Including members who intend to remove officers at Kenya National Examination Council.
Yes.
So that all these concerns can be addressed. If there are removal petitions, they can be pursued after that. But this matter to me, Honorable Meli, is too important.
Very important indeed.
To be glossed over.
Yes.
You remember in our years when we did exams, in fact, the village knew even the marks you would get. Nowadays, students get grades which make us think we were stupid.
Thank you. So thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I want to tell the House and members that when the CS comes, that's the time now when
Members on Thursday, and the administration of Parliament is requested to make a bigger room for as many members as would like to attend that session. I thank you, Honorable Meli, for that preliminary report. Honorable members, the time being 9:10 p.m.,
This House stands adjourned until Thursday, 30th November 2023 at 9:30 a.m.